Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Wow, that's loud. Ooh. I could do the Biden whisper. We're way loud. Hello, hello, hello. That's better. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started this afternoon. Welcome, everyone, for our work session. Today we're going to, first on our agenda is the Planning and Development Office. So we have our whole office here, it looks like. Jeremy's not here. Okay, so, pardon? That's good. We need somebody to hold down the fort. Okay, appreciate you guys being here. So, even Dave's here. Good deal. So, the reason that we wanted to get with you, as we've talked as a commission, is that we have people that are concerned about and complain about the process of going through planning and zoning. And so we want to have kind of a roundtable discussion on things that you think that we can help you with in your department, Josh, so we can streamline this and have it happen in a more quick fashion and not have people get through the process and have to go backwards because of things that aren't on our computer, whether we have a list of everything that people can check off before they even walk in and say I'm ready or what have you, because I know there's been frustrations with even myself. I didn't know I had to do the study, the Enviro study, the hazard part of that before. So, and that wasn't anywhere on the question on the computer of getting a planning or getting a permit. So I'm trying to figure out how we can do that so everybody walks in and they go, okay, I've done this. Go ahead.
So the current websites have all those checklists on there. We field dozens of phone calls a day helping people out. I think in 2023, what was the average? So, yeah, in 2023, we did have some issues meeting the state statutory review times. Average review time for single-family homes was 22 days. Requirement for state statute is 14 days. At that time, Dave was doing all of the inspections, all of the reviews. We started farming it out to WC3 to do that, and the timing by the end of the year was brought down. And then you gave me another FTE. We hired or promoted Mikkel. And so in 2024, those review times have been fairly, the average was 12, you said? 12 days. So we're within the statutory requirement of 14 business days. Some of the issues, I think, are people think that once they upload everything, that we begin our review. If the application is not complete, we don't start our review, typically. In order to facilitate reviewing those projects when somebody didn't realize that there was an issue that they hadn't addressed, we have been doing at-risk reviews, and I believe you benefited from that at-risk review. So we've started doing at-risk reviews for people. We don't issue the permit till everything else is in line. There are a number of people that have benefited from that. If the complaints are related to us not answering our phones, I can honestly say that's tacitly not true. We are answering our phones, we're returning phone calls. Some of the issues we face are the number of calls that single individuals will inundate us with. I've received in one day 12 phone calls from a single individual. I don't have the time to return 12 phone calls from one individual because they're not the only one in the county that we're trying to help. Another issue that we're facing is they'll call, hang up, call, hang up, call, hang up. Every time they do that, it still rings through for the entire call cycle until they choose to hang up. So when I'm in a meeting, it comes up on my computer. There's nothing I can do about it. And not only I, but the individual I'm meeting with, they have to listen to that ring. And that's not just one individual. It's a lot of people that they do that. And then they don't leave messages. And if you don't leave a message, it doesn't catch it on our email system. The messages are typically forwarded to our email, and then we're able to respond to them in the order that they come in. My staff is very good at returning phone calls, but people have to leave messages. We could clean up the website. We could look at doing something like that to make it more clear about the steps that are required. The checklists are all there. When you go into Civic Review and you start, that very first page has all the checklists to read through and go through. I think with the 2 new FTEs that you're providing me for a building inspector and a plans examiner and code enforcement, I think that'll help facilitate any more changes and issues. Other than that, if there's any other suggestions you want to provide me, I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but there's some things that, I mean, people complain about things and sometimes it's not true.
Sure. Go ahead.
No, I just had a couple thoughts. Hopefully it doesn't sound like I'm citing or anything, because I've got one thought on one area and completely other tangent. But the first thought I have is, having been in a department like yours for 8 years at Weber County, it was difficult. And the difficult part that I dealt with would be people coming in and they want to develop a lot, but they don't want to go out and hire somebody that knows all the code. They want to do it on their own. So what they'll do is they'll come in and say, okay, I want to develop this. And sometimes there's very easy questions to answer. And other times I had to just quickly say, you got to hire somebody. Like, I can't, if I was on the private side, maybe I'd have you hire me and then I could help you through this process. But if you refuse the coin, where it's very difficult to, I think if every resident came in and they had never developed before and they wanted you to be the developer for them, I don't care if we hired 5 more people, you could not do it.
Well,
There's not enough time.
I don't think the county wants to do that. And that's one of the things that we're facing. So we did 2,400 inspections this year alone. Of those 2,400, 10% were re-inspections, and many of those were people they would call in, set up an inspection, and set up the re-inspection at the same time. And when Dave would go out, they ask him what's wrong. If we weigh in to that discussion and we act as their builder or their planner, we take on the liability if they miss something. And I don't think that's an arena we want.
So I wasn't all the way done,
Sorry.
but I am agreeing with you. But on the other side also, though, I do think we are servants to the public, not servants, but we want to try and do our best to help. And you mentioned that a couple times, when the residents come in, we want to help them. And I maybe what I've heard would not necessarily be the, hey, how do I work on a floodplain mitigation on this, because that's very difficult to understand, but more of a response to give good direction. I think there's just been and I think it's been minor. I haven't heard of a lot, just a very, very few that have said, well, I've gone in there and I couldn't get an answer that I was looking for, and then I'd say, well, do this and this and this. Oh, great, that works, So, and I think that's going to happen regardless of where you're at. And by the way, when I was at Weber County, it was the hardest county to work in. So maybe you've heard some comments from Morgan County that it's the hardest county to work in. It probably depends on whatever county you go to that's the hardest county to work in. But with that said, though, to say there's no room for improvement, I appreciate you.
That.
I know. I appreciate you coming before us and saying, hey, where would you like me to improve, and what would you like us to do to get these processes to go smoother? So those are my comments for now.
Yeah, I would say that the worst county to work in is a rolling award that just moves from jurisdiction to jurisdiction on a momentary basis, so.
And state by state.
Yeah, state by state as well. You can always just say that we're grateful not to be living in California's regulatory. You may have addressed this, I walked in late. So when somebody submits an application that you deem to be incomplete, what's the notice that goes to the applicant that it's an incomplete application?
Okay, so when an application is submitted, they enter into pre-review. They don't enter into pre-review until they've paid the fee. And we have a lot of people that upload a lot of data and they think that we're reviewing it, even though they've never paid the fee or they're still uploading things. But once the fee is paid, they enter pre-review. You stay in pre-review until you have a complete application. At that point, either Mikkel or Jeremy, depending on the type of application, will put in a list of things that they're missing. Once they hit the send or missing items button and they save the pre-review review, it sends an email to the applicant. So they're given that list fairly early on in the process.
So once if they pay the fee, we do a pre-review that identifies the deficiencies in the application, and they get a notice automatically.
That's
with respect
correct.
to that. And if I go in and is there something that clearly states as I'm applying, this application isn't submitted and will not be reviewed until you pay the fee?
We have added the disclaimers in, given some issues that we had last year when we were transferring from Basecamp to Civic Review for applications such as Ravala.
Does it give, right on that line of that, does it give multiple maybe automated emails, or is it stated on the website and that's it? So somebody, what sounds like what you're saying is somebody could feel like they've submitted everything correctly, even though we say, hey, you need to pay before we review, and then it sits for a couple months, or?
No, it won't sit for a couple months. So
Okay.
once a new application is received, we receive notification that a new application is uploaded. Judy, Mikkel, and Jeremy are all tasked with pulling those out, adding them to project lists, either building or planning, and then they do the pre-reviews. And they do the pre-review based on our code requirements and the checklists that are on those first pages of the application that you would go through.
And I'm talking about before they've paid. So if they haven't paid and we can't start the pre-review,
We're not even notified that they've uploaded information until they've paid, and they enter the pre-review stage.
But if I understood you correctly, when they get into the application, there's something a banner or a statement or something that you cannot, because some people may choose to upload in one session, others may upload over time.
That's correct, and our system allows for that. Those checklists are on the very first page when you start an application.
So I'm going to use one issue that I had, and the girls were great to help me get it uploaded back again, but I loaded on, I saved it, and then I went to do it. I was on another computer, and apparently you have to go back to the original computer that or you can't update it.
Yeah, I think it has to do with cookies. So as you're going through and you're saving information onto that page, any other computer isn't going to have the cookies that have been created to save that information.
Okay.
Is there any way to change that to where we can have it to where it's based upon a username and a password so that it can be used from any computer?
I can check with Civic Review to see if that is functionality they can add in. I can't promise that they'll be able to add it in. They do make updates, and they have made a couple changes based on Jeremy's feedback. So they do that.
Okay.
I don't know the turnaround time on it.
Okay, so tell me where I went wrong on going on, filling out my application. And I knew from our meetings, I was going to have to do a geo report.
Right.
It never asked me during that time period of saying, when I should start that process. So when I got all the way done and then had them say, well, you've got your geo report, but it needs to be geohazard report. And we haven't even had our pre-meeting yet. So I don't know where I missed the pre-meeting checkbox as I went through that whole process. It didn't force me to have a geo pre-meeting.
Right. I can't tell you where you went wrong, to be perfectly honest. I can go back and look. That was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
I know that there's two types of geo. The geotech is always required. It sets the size of your foundation and footings. I know the International Building Code has calculations that could be used instead of a geotech that would oversize your foundation and footing. We haven't used that, but it's in the International Building Code, so that's an option. But the geohazard, we were going through that process, and I believe you were waiting for the map to be uploaded and for the changes to the geohazard to see if your property is applied or not. So I guess in that process, I could have communicated a little bit better to you regarding what would be required if you had to do a geohazard. So I'll take the blame for that.
No, I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to see, I did get prompted in that whole application process to say, you can't move on till you've had a geo meeting, geotech meeting, or whatever. I never got prompted because most of it stops you and you can't proceed until you've either downloaded or fake downloaded something
Yeah.
on there. Or uploaded, I should say.
I believe the building permit webpage, and I'll have Dave come up and correct me if I'm wrong, but the building permit webpage where you click to apply for the building permit has a list of items that are required, one of which says the land use review. Geohazard might be listed there. I don't know.
Okay.
Land
It
use
should-
permit, fire department approval, building plans, geoscoping application, floodplain permit, change of address form for the
Yeah.
5 IC.
All of that is listed there on that building permit website to give them a checklist of the things that we're gonna look for.
And those are all
So-
links.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna keep just adding on,
you're
like,
fine.
thoughts come to my head. So do we require a geotechnical report for every house?
Well, yes, geotech is always required. In other jurisdictions I've worked in, you can either hire a geotech to study and provide you the footings and foundation requirements, or you can use the calculations in the International Building Code. The calculations in the IBC, they upsize everything. And Dave can.
Was that a sigh?
That was,
Well, that was Blaine.
Wasn't me. I'm just listening.
So, geotechnical report, the building department does not require it on every single house unless our map, which the planners determine needed. So basically, if it's not in a restricted area or, otherwise being called for that, we don't require it. We do, however, leave it up to the design engineer, and, they, our, the prescriptive method that Josh was talking about, we assume very low, load-bearing capacity for the soil, so, it makes up for any issues.
yeah, I think on most house plans, what is it, 2,500 PSI, that bearing on the soil? 15?
1,500. Yeah, so it's pretty low. But yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been involved in the the getting the ordinance for the geotech and the geohazard and all the mapping that's been done and all of that. So, and that's more in line with what the planners do. They take care of that before it gets to my department. So,
So, Dave, I'm confused then. I thought Josh just said a geotech is required on every building permit.
The only thing that planners look at is the geohazard. So if you have steep slopes or soil, then that'll indicate whether you have to do a geohazards report or not.
Geohazard and possibly geotechnical, because the geohazard is going to tell you the geology in the soils, and it might say, hey, look, you've got 8 feet of who knows what, so you've got to have a geotech tell us what you can do and how you can put your footing on here. So I've seen that before. I guess where it's suitable soils, you typically take off the topsoil, and what's underneath it is good enough when compacted to put your footing on. So
Yeah, my understanding, and I guess I could be wrong, but my understanding was geohazard, that's dependent on the
Slope.
hazard.
Yeah.
Yeah, geotech is always required to set the size of your foundation is submitted as part of the building permit along with the design and architecture.
I guess the reason I asked that, I happened to be bidding a job, and it was in Morgan, and he had an addition put on, a 500 square foot addition put on the back of his house. The house has been there since 97, I think he told me. And I just asked him how his thing, and he said everything went smoothly. He said, I guess the only thing that I was really bummed about is having to do a geotech study. When this house has been here since '79, I haven't had any problems, but the back of his lot has a mountain on the back side of it, and so they made him do it, and
So a geohazard or a geotech?
yeah.
I don't know which one. He said geotech, so I don't know if for sure.
There is a
but-
lot of confusion between the two. I do get that a lot.
I think it was only geotech because I asked him how much it cost him, and it was in that $8,000 range.
Other
so.
way around. Geologic is soils. So if you've got slopes and soils, and then geologic will come in and look at it. Geotech is for bearing on the soil.
How long ago was this? Because I know prior to the change of the code, anything that added to habitable space was required to go through a geohazard as well.
Right.
We didn't have the map back then.
Yeah, it's
Now-
been before then.
Yeah, now
was
it would
before
be
then.
completely exempt because if it's 1,000 square feet or less, we don't require the geohazard at all anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, I won't tell him that.
Sorry,
or you can say we've improved.
Yeah.
doesn't save him the money, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. I just, as I've been trying to understand this so I can talk to people and not look dumber, but because some of them have said to me, well, I have Weber Human Services doing, Weber doing holes, and I've looked at my 2 reports, and they say exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
And so you're going, well,
I will
I
say-
can't answer that.
Weber Morgan Health Department, getting through their process is an arduous task. Shadow Creek, they're looking at, Weber Morgan Health Department is telling them, and I just spoke to him a couple days ago, is they're going to come out nearly every day to check those perk holes between now and May. And then they'll issue them the certificate, and then they can drill their test well. So, I mean, that is, and we require, if you're going to do well and septic as part of that building permit, we do require the certification and the letters from Weber Morgan Health Department. because
Sure.
We don't
I'm-
monitor that.
I'm just saying that they came up with the same soil test.
Oh,
What was in the soils as they paying a geotech to go out there and tell them what's in their soils.
right.
It's the same exact test, and so it seems,
Oh,
yeah.
Just for the record, Mark Miller, consulting engineer, vice chair, I guess, and commissioners. Yeah, the geologic study is very different from that. They actually do trenches and then their borings, and they place them in such a manner to analyze the failure possibilities from different planes. The health department is looking mostly at perk rates, how fast things will percolate and things like that. So if they drill a hole, they don't do the pattern thing that the geoscoping or geologists do in order for them to run their computer programs to analyze the information. So they wouldn't be able to use that data. Another thing, most geoscoping services or geologists do is have trenches. They actually get down in those trenches and they look at the strata. They make notes. They actually take samples, and so we don't just have test pits on geologic studies. There's also trenches. So some of the information is the same, but it's a very, very different approach.
Okay.
And with your permission, may I just offer some general observations?
Yeah.
Every client I have has had this meeting numerous times over the years, and I think the public deserves it. I mean, the public deserves to have meetings like this so they can, especially if they're frustrated, we should have to address these things. And Jared said it very well that everyone's accused of being the worst jurisdiction to work in. Another thing they do is say, and I blame this on my profession, the engineers. They say, well, no other jurisdiction requires that. Well, then the poor developer who doesn't know any better comes back and says, nobody else requires this. Why am I having to do this? And from going back to what Jared said, I've noticed over the years it's a very complex process to go through, and you've seen this firsthand. It's complex, and if you aren't doing it full-time, or if it's not at least your part-time job, then it's very difficult to understand how to get through the process. And so, to me, when people hire engineers, in best case scenario, contractors also would know all this information so that the layman that doesn't understand this very not just nuanced but complex process of land development in Utah, they should be able to rely on their professionals to walk them through it very well. And they shouldn't have to be frustrated all the time because their professionals should be giving them advice on this is why this is required and this is what is required. I've been, let me bring something else up. Josh is the 9th planner I've worked with since I've been here in 2010. That's an issue that the county has never addressed. Why have you gone through 8 planners? Every time I talk to this guy, I ask him how he's doing, and he's never doing good. He's the hardest worker I've seen of all 9 of them. So, what are we doing wrong? I mean, are we not supporting these guys? So difficult for me to train new planners. Fortunately, this guy dug in, memorized the code. I didn't have to train him. The others I have had to train. It's been a challenge, and I wonder why we can't look back and say, what are we doing? Why am I working with my 4th public works director and 9th planner? I realize that commissioners change. That's one of the reasons. But it makes me feel bad that every time I call Josh or talk to him, he's so stressed out that I think he's going to explode. And of course, I'm worried he's going to quit every time because I don't want to work with a temp planner. So this is a very common problem, and they deserve it. They signed up to be planners. I think it's the worst job, but at the same time, I think they deserve some understanding because a lot of it is I'm blaming the engineers for the most part. And Jared, listen to me on this one. I feel like an engineer, if he's hired, he should say, okay, let me take care of this. Look through the project, look through our checklist, come meet with us, for heaven's sakes. Go through it, and when he submits, because this is what I did as a design engineer, I especially back when I was doing Smiths, they would fly me all over the country, Western United States. I'd meet with the planning department. I would come home with all their rules and regulations, and everything I did was based on their rules and regulations, not something I'd done somewhere else. And when I submitted my packet, I had a check mark by every last thing that that local entity required. We don't get that up here very often. And I never get frustrated with the developers because they're not the ones that should have to know all this stuff. It's the professionals they hire that have let me down. When I see what they've submitted, I know they haven't read our code. And then what they do is say, well, that's not required anywhere else. And I've heard it hundreds of times in my career. And so, having just just stated all that garbage, I want to at least say what I was thinking coming over the mountain. I think we can make some improvements. Number one, communication it's so difficult for these guys to feel. I mean, I'm in there meeting with them, and the calls and the emails, and I'll ask Josh if he's read an email, and he'll say, I haven't got there quite yet. He's just so inundated. Now, I'm not saying he's overworked. It's just that there's so much coming in at him and his staff that if they were doing their part, it would be a smooth process. I'm glad we had to talk about the civic review because that has been confusing. And I noticed several developers and engineers struggled with that for a while. I don't think as many are struggling with it now. But something I've said to 9 planners now is most of my clients don't require concept plan approval anymore. And I see that as the biggest time saver if we could get rid of that and replace it with Josh doesn't know I'm saying any of this. I didn't talk to him before the meeting. But if we could replace that iterative, it's like 1 out of 20 people submit a complete application on concept plan. How long do you think it's going to take? Their engineers are so busy that they're not going to get back to submitting a more complete application for another several weeks. And so I'm a big proponent of starting at a meeting here at this desk with Public Works Director, Fire, all the entities that are necessary in the county with engineering, planning, and then having the proponents lay out their project for us. What does that do? It starts a verbal communication, a face-to-face. You get to know the person, and then everybody can go around the table, and these meetings are recorded, and you can tell them, okay, here's the standards. I think we should require their engineer to be there so that we could say, look, when you submit, you need to check every one of these, otherwise this is what's going to happen. That's one more meeting that these poor folks would have to go through. But because I've been so frustrated looking at projects each week with Josh and saying they haven't resubmitted yet, and sometimes, I know that, and Jared knows this too, engineers are swamped. So they're cranking stuff out, and then to revise what they did or add to it is taking weeks. And this should be frustrating for people. There just simply aren't enough firms out there doing this type of work. And so I don't even know if the planning department's on board with this or they feel that concept plan is a good thing. I just know that I've found it's a little more efficient and saves quite a bit of time if we can have those, there's lots of names for it, Development Review Committee, DRC. There's lots of different acronyms for it, but I've been in favor of that. Now, I'm saying that knowing that it'll strip tons of work away from me. I don't care, because there's nothing worse than doing engineering on something that's dead. You know, the same project, oh, and they still haven't submitted, and looking at things over and over. It's much more rewarding to have things progressing. And this is the way this office, which, by the way, this is by far the best team I've worked with since 2010. No comparison. There have been some really good ones, but this is the best. I think that if we're looking at efficiencies in this meeting, maybe we first of all understand it's a complicated issue. We typically have people that don't understand just how complicated the process is. And you could waste your whole day trying to educate them on Utah land use law and our code, and if they don't hire a professional. Those are the people that get the most frustrated, is the ones that haven't taken the time to read every line of our code and have some general understanding of Utah land use law. But I personally think we could save a lot of time, because this isn't the first time this discussion's come up with what can we do to expedite the process. And I do think maybe one of the things we should look at really closely is getting rid of that whole concept plan idea and just starting with a prelim. But that would be prepped by, look, here's all the things you need to do. And sometimes the people come in the meetings I'm in these development review committee meetings, and they go, oh, I didn't realize I couldn't do this in this zone. And sometimes people never come back. Other times they know that they have to start with the rezone. At least the people, first of all, you get to know them a little bit. If you show that you care about their project, that seems to be the most important thing. And then you can move forward and perhaps bypass that part of our code that is taking up so much time. And like I said, from my end, it's so frustrating to meet every week and just go, this thing still isn't a complete concept plan application. Well, it's been 6 weeks, it's been 8 weeks. And my heart goes out to the poor developer, because they don't know any better. Their engineer should have submitted the proper information to begin with, or their contract, or whatever the case may be. But I do think that there are ways that if we change our code, we can get things moving along a little faster, cut some of the red tape, or the rules, just change them a little bit so that we're a little more expeditious in what we do, and it makes it a little less complicated. Because on a concept, they have to submit A through M. Nobody does it. I mean, 1 out of 20 might, but then they go into a resubmittal, and those take weeks. So if we could at least start with something else, being the meeting where it's recorded, they take notes on what's required. I can see I've talked way too long, but
Can I jump in,
Yeah.
Mark? So just to kind of redirect it kind of on the legal side, our code currently says that concept approval doesn't provide any vesting. And I think that there's some debate that could be had based on the case law that's come out. And so, number one, I think we probably should look at that. And if we are transitioning away from the concept plan anyway, is just kind of another hoop to jump through rather than just getting to the meat. It would also avoid these at-risk reviews that Josh has been doing. And I think there's maybe a love-hate relationship with those at-risk reviews. I'm against them because a lot of times when we start an at-risk review, they think they have a complete application. And when a development agreement expires, or they're saying, well, you've had this for 1.5 years. It's like, well, no, we've only had it for 2 months once you got your complete application in. So I'm not a fan of at-risk reviews from a liability perspective for the county, because I think that as we're reviewing and we're providing some feedback, if we don't provide all the feedback and they don't get their engineer to update it and it still doesn't comply, then they use that as a weapon against the county to say, well, why didn't you tell me everything I needed? Well, I was trying to help you, but no good deed goes unpunished, and we've seen that with some threats of litigation as well. And so, what I'm hearing, and Mark, you can correct me, is that if we went away from the concept and just went into what I think we as a county can defend more on the case law basis, because then we don't have a concept. Concept gives you no vested rights. That's out of our code because we're not dealing with the concept. Then I think it would be maybe easier for developers or engineers that are working in counties that don't have a concept review to do it right the first time by having that meeting, and we're limiting the liability of these at-risk reviews. So that's a perspective that I have.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and Robert, you'd know this. I believe the state code reads, at the request of the developer, they can do a concept plan. I think the state code was changed a few years back, maybe 3 years ago, to where it basically put it more in the court of the developer to, if they want to, that's the way I read it. And then, of all people, Bruce Baird's the one that pointed to me here in this thing and said, look at case law. It does give you vesting if you get a concept plan review. Well, if these are vesting people, then I'm very against them, because the whole reason to have them in the first place was just get everybody on the same page without the entitlement. But if indeed there is some case law, and I don't know whether what he told me was correct or not, that says that the concept plan is an entitlement, then I'm much more in favor of doing away with those, because I think that's just more mud that we're getting our fingerprints on way too much at that point in time, at least. Anyway, that's two things that I thought coming over the mountain. Communication's huge. If we get to know these people, talk to them face to face, have a meeting, I know it takes some time, but then secondly, maybe we could tweak the ordinance, get away with that. And I going clear back to lots of previous commissions, I've suggested we do this. And I'm an engineer, I'm not a planner, so I probably shouldn't even be talking about it without Josh's, conferencing with him first. But as an observation, it does appear to me like that would streamline things a lot better.
You would have a pre-application meeting to inform people of the requirements for the initial step, which would either be preliminary plat and or site plan review.
Correct. We would have in that, the beauty of that meeting is you go through the list, hard copies, and you say, these are the things that are required. Please do not submit. And again, I would require the engineer to be there. Do not submit anything to Civic Review that does not have all of these elements addressed. Because if you do, the following will happen on Civic Review. And if that I think, Robert, that would give us the opportunity to maybe not have their first interaction be with the computer, but with people that tell them, look, if this happens, then this happens. And if you don't get it right, then this. And please do it right the first time.
Okay.
Because that's the biggest challenge I see up here right now, is we're not progressing. And it's not the planning department, it's the doggone engineers that aren't reading our code and submitting the right stuff to begin with.
So, just as a curiosity, so we're talking about big developers. What about the one person like myself or Matt? Matt's a developer.
Same.
But
Same
I
thing
mean,
he's
so
saying,
if
right?
you could have, if we could end up having some kind of review, sitting down with planner or whatever, and going through basically a concept, or this is what I'm thinking of doing in my property. That would be a big plus before we get into the big deal of actually building it.
Yeah, I think, and we do, and those are the people that get the maddest at the department, is their lack of understanding, and the phrase they use is, you never told me. Well, that's because they assume that you're reading the rules of the game you're playing before you play the game. In other words, if I'm going to develop, then the assumption is there that you've read the codes that govern the way that you have to do this. But few people read those. And so that's one of the things that we could cover in the meeting is we expect you to read the ordinance because your ignorance on any of these things is not an excuse. You need to understand our ordinance in order to go through the development process. And we certainly answer questions, but there's no way Josh's staff has the time to educate a non-developer on how to develop. They learn that through reading, and the reading isn't that complex, but it's certainly some reading.
Yeah, I appreciate the thought process of, I don't want to say eliminating a step, but maybe combining two steps into one. I think that's a very, very good process. I do want to make mention, because this is also a world that I have lived in for years. I haven't developed in Morgan County, but so I haven't looked at these websites for a little while. You go to the planning website and you go to planning forms. They have 18 forms on there. 18. I think for the most part, I'm guessing why there's 18 is because they have tried to cover everything that anybody's ever asked for. So I'm guessing that's where the 18 comes from. But just as an example, if I click on subdivision application, I mean, it says read me. I mean, in bold, read me. So basically, it's not an ordinance. You don't have to go look in the rules and laws and all that. You guys have, I think, you've done a very good job if the person just reads through this and sees what they need to do. It's laid out real well. I want to also compliment the building permit, because if I go to building permit, planning department's one step away, but I like that because of the other items you have to choose from. But if you click on the building departments, it takes you straight to all the requirements that are needed for your building permit. So I do appreciate, in my head, I'm thinking we got to make it easier as we can for these people that don't have the ability to hire an engineer and they want to develop their lot. How do they do it? You go to building permits and it's the same thing. I mean, and there's bolded sentences that says, just like you claimed, like you mentioned, Josh.
No problem.
We will not begin any review until payment is made and all request items have been submitted. So it is hard. I'm agreeing with Mark. I don't know how many times I've seen subdivisions by engineering firms come in. When I was in the same position in my office, there was one subdivision that was about 50 lots, and I looked at two main one sewer, one storm drain, and they intersected. And I basically said, I am not going to be your engineer. Have it back, and do all your stuff correctly. So that was the hardest stance I took. But I do agree with Commissioner Fackrell. I do think there's going to be some residents that come in that just want to put a home on their lot. And how do I do that? And I was going to recommend to have something similar to what you already have. So I want to make sure publicly and that everybody's listening that you don't have to go and read ordinance and law. You guys have got it set up where it makes it much, much easier to understand what you need to do. And adding again, anytime we can combine a couple processes into one, all for it. From a legal standpoint, if we could do that, I'd agree completely with that.
So
Did you want to say something, Josh?
No, anything else?
Well, I guess I just want to say, as far as Mark, I appreciate you bringing that up. I don't want you, and I talked to Josh before he ever came to this meeting and let him know this was an attack on his department. I wanted us to understand if we can help in some way, that's what we were wanting to do, is help. And if we have to change some stuff, we'll change some stuff. So
does that mean now that we're gonna have to somehow or another get, I guess, you guys to come up with something for us so that we can maybe look at this process, or do you want us to? I mean, we're trying to help out.
We can look at combining processes for like the subdivision that Mark talked about. I think getting rid of the concept plan is a good idea. It's the only place I've ever seen it. We can look at setting up a technical review committee meeting or something like that to go over the requirements, pre-application meetings, and start
I
doing.
would like to see those.
We don't want anybody to quit. We don't want you to lose your hair. We don't want you pulling your hair out.
The hair might be going, but
No, thanks. Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, I do appreciate it. Just, I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but the site plan is one of the ones I clicked on, because that's what you'd have to do for just a acre lot, and you have to put a home on it. And you guys have done a phenomenal job of listing everything that you need to look at, listing all the items. It's easy to read. It's not code, which is very difficult to read.
yeah.
I mean, if I had a suggestion, it'd be, can you please do something like this? I don't know. It reads really well and easy, so I like it.
Thank you.
So I think as far as an action under our code, if you want to look at doing an amendment to the code, you can direct staff as a body to look into that. And I don't know if you have any specific directions or if you want to save that for another meeting after you think about it.
Can we do that during this work session, or does that need to be done in the open meeting?
This is still an open meeting. It's just a work session, and you're not making any final decisions on appropriation of money or any legislative items. So you can do it here, or you could wait to commissioner comments.
I would think we would want to direct you to any way we can help you change something that will streamline your process and alleviate headaches for you.
Okay, thank you.
So I agree with Mark
And
and
so do I.
Commissioner McConnell and everybody else with the concept. If there's a way we could, I don't like the word
Not
get rid of
eliminate,
concept,
but
just-
merge.
Yeah, merging concept and preliminary, I think that'd be phenomenal.
Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we do have, it was brought to our attention on the second part of the work session that there was a Senate Bill 91 that passed this year that went into effect 1 May, where for any elected office, we have to have a separate public hearing if we increase salary, even if it's a COLA. So, but that just needs to be done. It can be consecutive to the, like we could have that public hearing and then we could pass our final budget, the very next action item. We just have to have a separate hearing if we're gonna give a COLA or anything else to elected officials. So just wanted to make you aware that Leslie's, UAC sent that out to Leslie literally 2 days ago. Thanks, it's only the end of budget season. But, we got it. So, we are currently out of, well, we haven't passed our final budget, but we will have to do that. We will have to comply. I texted the senator from Box Elder and Rich County that proposed this, and the representative from Davis that was the House rep for this, just getting clarification if they wanted that in dollar amount, if they wanted it in percentage of salary, and I got 2 different answers, so. Yeah. I just wanted, intent of the law is what I was trying to get. I figured it would be more clear coming from the horse's mouth, but it wasn't. So,
So it looks like we're going to have another work session. Is that what you're saying?
it won't be a work session, it'll be a separate public hearing specifically for, elected. Any elected increase to include COLA has to have its own separate hearing.
Okay.
So the spreadsheet I sent out during last commission meeting, for everything else, but yeah, I don't think we can because don't we have to finalize this by?
Our budget has to be ready for public inspection by this Thursday. So we have to know what we're doing by tonight.
We can't do
With-
it yet
with Mike
because of the
not here.
hearing.
Well, we can,
We could have an emergency meeting.
No, we could decide on what we want to do so that the budget's available for inspection, but we're gonna have to have the public hearing to
Correct.
approve it.
That's
Correct.
right. December 3rd will be our public hearing, and we'll have two, one for the budget, one for increases.
We don't have to have the public hearing to make the recommended budget.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a little confused. What do we need to do then?
I'm just letting you know.
Okay.
I think, I mean,
So
put
There
data in
were,
the packet.
I mean, there were a couple of questions about, you guys were looking at the salary increase details. I don't think we didn't have information on public official salaries.
Correct.
And if we're adjusting them other than by the COLA, then we would need to discuss that.
Okay.
Right? Is there anything else that we needed to discuss? There's some amounts in the budget line items for transient room tax, restaurant tax, and the tourism tax.
The 2217, 2218, 2219?
No,
Oh, no, that's mass
different.
transit, sorry.
35, 3150, 3155, and 3160.
Mhm.
Commissioner Fackrell had looked these up in terms of what the revenues were this year, and we could bump those. Two of them went up, one of them went down just a little bit. If we wanted to do that.
So there was an increased amount of revenue over what we had discussed earlier in September. So if we want to, otherwise we just leave it as is and it just goes into the general fund for next year. That way there would be an adjustment if we needed to with the budget, but we don't have to have that right now. So we could leave it as is if we want.
And just adjust it to move it over later? I mean,
Well,
because
it
they
wouldn't
are,
be
they are
moved over.
revenues that are generally identified for particular uses, so
That's
we ought
correct.
to
Yes.
put the expenses, but if we wanted to wait on that, it's fine. right?
We can wait until after the audit even to find out exactly what ended up that way. The biggest thing is we have to build our budget based upon what we think it's gonna be, and we've already built our budget based upon that, and we still would just end up putting it back into the fund balance of that fund. So it's a restricted fund, so either way, it just gives us a little bit more leeway. If we needed some more money out of tourism or TRT, then that's the only thing that it would increase. But I don't think we do according to what we set up already in that budget.
And then, was there information on public officials? Do we need to make adjustments anyway? Is there a recommendation on that?
No, I've been trying to track down Senate Bill 991. So what I had stated was, except for the commission, I had done essentially a 4, but that was by error. So,
I just had a few questions on the budget. I just wanted to make sure. It looked like in the sheriff's department we had 2.5s. That seemed to be the step that we had talked about.
Correct.
Correct. Okay, and then we had talked about having a cap on a COLA plus a certain amount, and we capped it at something?
No, we did not.
I
I
remember
thought
we did.
we did.
Did not.
the
What was
percent,
it?
or the dollar amount.
No,
Percent.
it was the percent.
Oh, we didn't,
Yes, we did.
So I thought what we discussed was 2% COLA and then whatever the percent merit that was discussed and looked
Yeah.
at it during your review process.
I think we better listen to the tape because we discussed the COLA, but then we had said we can't continue to give 8%.
no one has an 8. The highest you could have got was a
7.
7.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, okay, we can't
7
continue to give
total,
7% raises every year because we have.
We had,
And so we said we're gonna cap it at, is Mike here?
no.
I think we ought to review that video.
I think we need to. Because I specifically remember that, so.
So from a time perspective.
So what-
obviously
So
you
there
got-
are some that are capping that at 7%.
Yep,
What
we
do you
had
think the percent
3.
might be?
We had 3 or
B?
4. We
If
had
I
4
remember right,
employees
we
with
were gonna
5s.
cap it at 5% total increase. That's what I remember. That's total on remembrance.
I
And
remember a discussion about that. I can't tell you whether or not we said it.
So if we need to come to a little bit better agreement, that's gotta happen yesterday.
Do you have to have it Thursday morning or Thursday? What time on Thursday?
Thursday before I leave. It needs to be ready for public inspection Friday morning.
Friday morning, and so
What
if
Thursday?
if we did get a public notice out by 5 o'clock tomorrow or 6 o'clock, whenever the meeting, if you did meet on Thursday, so that it could go in, but
I recommend an
or
option B.
yeah, yeah. I'm just saying as
Or
far as
you-
noticing.
Since there's so few that would be over that 5% on the spreadsheet, can you go back and get with Jeremy and he'll pull the tape and we can just get it knocked out today? Okay.
But then do we meet or do we not?
No, we can add it as an action item like in my end section, and that way we'll have the data tonight, so we don't have to meet again.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
We held a lot of meetings. What meeting do you want us to review?
He has the AI analytics. We can literally look for CAP, the word CAP,
Okay.
in the AI analytics.
Look at cap and look at 5%.
There you go. You good with that, or do you need to go? Okay.
Then
Cool.
the other thing that we needed to make sure that you have in this list of spreadsheet that you gave us, a COLA is a cost of living raise.
Allowance.
Correct.
yes. Cost of living adjustment, sorry, yeah.
Okay, if it's a cost of living raise, that means every employee, including part-time, including volunteers, including whatever, should be getting a cost of living raise. Correct or not correct?
I don't think we did it for the flat fee for E EMS.
You didn't do it, that's why I'm asking. Because it does not have it in there.
So with the EMS and the fire, the stipend, the FLSA says that we're only allowed to pay them 20% of what we would pay a full-time employee if we were to have a full-time EMT on staff at that time. With what we have right now, we can't find any other counties that have full-time firefighters and EMS that would be I guess we can't raise it because there's no justification to raise it because every other county is paying at or less than that stipend, if that makes sense. Does that make
Okay.
So
It makes
Garrett, what
sense.
is that? Because we've had issues before that we're not treating everybody fair. How does that work?
Well, so the cost of living, the stipends are different because it's at the 20% of the full-time. And so unless there's, I think what Casey's saying, if there was evidence of other jurisdictions that would be paying a certain amount for a full-time EMS that was above the 20% that we're paying, then we'd have a justification to raise it. But since there isn't that data, then and volunteers are treated differently under FLSA
Okay.
than even full-time and part-time.
So we have some part-timers in a particular department that I noticed that they get no cost of living raise also. Cost of living, not merit or anything like that. And so, I mean, I've just been reviewing it, and I've been reviewing it for a couple of weeks whenever we got that paper. But there's a few employees that are employed by us, are part-time, but do not receive a cost of living raise, and I think that's wrong.
Okay.
But I think
so another
part-time
action
versus
item would be-
full-time, my understanding is that the requirements for full-time, and I'll defer to Casey on this as well, but for example, if you're under the FLSA for full-time and you're working more than 6 hours, you have to take a lunch break, right? But that doesn't apply to exempt or the part-time from what I can see. And so they are treated differently, but anyone that's full-time would definitely get that cost of living adjustment, and then it would be up to the commission on the others. But I'll
Okay.
defer to Casey because I know that's his bread and butter.
Okay, so my question is this. If we hire a seasoned employee that makes $10 an hour, and we're giving everybody a cost of living raise, instead of going backwards on their pay, they should be receiving a 2% raise. on that salary.
So are you stating that as a moral perspective or as a legal one under the FLSA? That's
I'm
the
not, I'm not
question, 'cause
doing under
If you're simply saying
FSLA.
that's what your recommendation is, then let's talk about it and do it. If it's a requirement, then I would agree we would
Right.
have to make the adjustments. Do you believe it's a requirement?
I don't believe it's a requirement.
But you would like us to
I would like it
consider
as a fairness, moral issue.
Okay.
I'm-
We should probably do that during our meeting, right? Or does it matter? Can we make that decision right now?
You're totally welcome.
Well, I think the work session, you're just discussing it. Any decision would have to be
Okay.
made in the meeting.
Okay. So we're gonna take a,
Okay, so your action items are to go back and look at anyone whose rating is above a 3.
Sorry, can I add one other action item? We've ran into this every year, but when somebody is hired on at the end of the year, and I don't know if that means the last 6 months, last 4 months,
You guys
last
said
3
it gave us a
months.
specific date.
October 1st was
Is what day
anyone
you
hired
told
before
us.
October 1st is what you had given us.
okay.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that we can evaluate somebody that's been here a month. Kind of hard to
Right,
do it.
that's the date you gave us.
I'm
was-
not
okay.
disagreeing. All I'm saying is when you have a merit that's a high merit and the person's only been here 1 month or 2 months, I'm not sure how correct that is. I'm just,
Yeah, that's correct.
and there's multiple,
They should get
there's multiple
maybe,
people in that
they should get COLA
situation.
because it's a cost of living raise.
Sure.
But as far as a merit, they do not get should not be getting a merit because they haven't worked here long enough.
That's just.
My understanding was anyone hired after October 1st would not get merit or cost of living.
They should-
That's what we were.
That's what I remember.
Sure.
And you're saying there are?
No, all I'm saying is
Oh.
if somebody's hired, what's October 1st? What's the month before October?
September.
September,
Yeah.
thank you, September 30th.
Yeah.
So somebody can be hired September 30th, they can get a 2%
Yep.
increase, and they can get a merit of up to 5. They can get a full 7% increase when we've never seen them work, technically. Okay,
Yeah. But that's what we've done.
that's my question.
So let's adjust that next year.
Jeremy just,
Need to
Back in
adjust-
September 1.
We need to do it this year.
I want to adjust it this year, but we haven't had,
You
we
think
haven't
there's
had
somebody
time to
that's within
even.
that category?
Yes.
I think there's a
Okay.
handful, but we said October 1st. I don't know, I don't remember saying October 1st, but just seeing how many have, after the middle of the year, have been hired on. That's all. I don't think I've worked at a place where I've been hired on at the end of the year and they've said, okay, not only are we paying you what we hired you on for, but now, 2 months later, you get a big increase.
so what date would
Just
you?
concern.
I don't.
What date would you like? We go off what you tell us.
I think if we stated the October 1st date, that's what we roll with this year.
They should not be able to get a merit raise.
And maybe
Why?
that's. 'cause we-
I can tell a young attorney is
why.
exceptional in about 20 hours of work. And if we don't trust our department heads and public officials to make the evaluations that we ask them to make as part of the employment review process, then we should just quit it. Quit having that process, and we can evaluate every employee as commissioners. Good luck. I won't be here, but if that's the endeavor you want to undertake, then be my guest. But
I'm only-
I just don't,
Yeah, I'm
maybe
only-
you guys are that involved in the day-to-day work of the employees that you can legitimately make that evaluation. I can't. There's no way in Hades that I could make that. And so we hire competent people to head our departments. Public officials are elected. They do the evaluation. They followed the process we asked them to do. They came back and made their recommendation. And now we're saying, well, I'm going to second guess that. From my perspective, I'm going to second guess it from the high upper deck in my 30,000-foot evaluation, and I'm going to say, oh, I really don't think you should have made that. So I just,
Yeah, I'm sorry. My comment had nothing to do with that.
Okay.
At all. In fact, I'll push back hard and say there's no way I can evaluate an engineer that I hire in 20 hours. There's no way. I have to see how he's producing. I have to see what he's produced. I have to see if he's consistent or not. It takes weeks and even months to even get. In fact, that's why a lot of firms have a 30 or 60 or 90 day to say, hey, we want the ability to see if you can perform for 90 days, and we'll let you go if you can't perform. I am not questioning how anybody's done their merit at all, because I can't. Because like you said, I'm not over them. I don't see what they do. All I'm questioning is the ability to do a merit on somebody that's been there a month. It's just, you can do a small merit, sure. You can do
Sure,
a small
and-
evaluation.
And
but
I think that if we want to change that as a policy going forward and roll that date forward so that there's more time, move it back to June 1 or June 30th or July 15th or whatever the date is where you think that that's identifying the procedure that we want the public officials to follow.
Correct.
That's in our purview. That's what we ought to be doing. But what I don't think we should do is establish a procedure and then watch it go through and then say, wow, that had a couple of results that I don't know that I agree with, and so I'm going to push back at this level. That, I think, is
I think it's
ineffective.
more that my bad memory. I don't remember some of these things being said, so I'm just trying to be clear on it. So,
In our last meeting, we discussed the same question you had on a person that was recently hired. They'll get a 2% plus a 5%, and they were just hired 1 month before that, and they were hired at a high rate anyway. And so I think that's where the question arises from.
okay, well, I think we better move on and we can
Yeah.
vote on this. So we're going to take a 2-minute break in my behalf, and we'll resume soon here. I was glad he did. I love ideas. I love thinking out of the box. Because I think work should be fun. Really do. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start our meeting now. I want to welcome everybody here. Appreciate you being here tonight. Looks like we have a good attendance. Welcome, the high schoolers. Thanks for being here. Welcome to those online also. We appreciate you listening and hope you find value in what we do. We're going to have an invocation and pledge of allegiance, and I've asked Commissioner Fackrell to do that.
Our Father in heaven, this evening we're grateful for the opportunity which we have to be here in this meeting and to be able to fulfill those responsibilities that are ours. And we're thankful for the residents and those outside our county that come to visit with us and to enjoy of our county and also to help us in decisions that we may need to make this evening. We're thankful for our country and for the opportunities that have been ours this last month to vote and to vote our conscience and to be able to try to work towards an end of having a safe and free nation. We are grateful for our valley in particular, and we pray that we will be able to keep it the way that we have for the reasons that we came here as much as possible, and to be able to build upon that beauty of this county and to be able to make it a better place for us to live. We are grateful for the opportunities that are ours in whatever way it may be. And we pray for guidance this night, that we as a body will be able to make those decisions that need to be made for this county and for the residents of this county. And these things we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, hopefully everybody's been able to look over the consent agenda items. Is there anything that we need to go over there? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda items.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So I voted aye on that too. Not very loud. Okay, do we have any commissioner declarations of conflict of interest this evening? Okay, seeing none, great. Thank you. Okay, this is the time for public comments. We ask you to please limit these to 3 minutes for your public comments. We do have 2 public hearings towards the end of our agenda this evening. If you're here for those public hearings, if you'd reserve your comments for that time period, we'd appreciate it. So it's your time.
Tina Kelly, Mountain Green. I'm very sorry you're going to hear from me a couple times tonight. You talked about and passed the thing about recycling bin or recycling cans. And I thought at one point you were talking about having an opt-out, and then I heard that you weren't going to do the opt-out, and I think the thought was that it was the cost, but I really do think people need an option to opt out. I didn't put my garbage out to the curb last night. I had 1 bag of garbage. I frequently don't put my garbage out till the 2nd or 3rd week, and now I'm going to have a second bin that probably won't get used that much, because the only thing I have that really is recyclable is glass, and that's not something that's going to be recycled from the discussions that I heard. So I really had thought you were going to have an opt-out option, and in listening to your discussions last time, that sounded like that was done away with, and I just thought that was something you should consider. I know there are a lot more people in the community that are like me, that There's 2 people living in their home now, they're retired, and they just don't have that much to begin with. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Okay. We will move on to our presentations. We are going to move the Morgan High School student body officers up to first. So we'll turn the time over to whomever that might be. Right there, and speak into the mic.
Yeah, we need you in the mic because this is, it's on Zoom, so your mom can watch it
Oh,
later.
gotcha. Well, first I will say these guys were pretty incredible. And we were not 100% sure what this meant. We got a call from Hallie Titus, who's amazing, by the way. She said that somebody had seen our movie that we made. And I'll talk a little bit about that. I didn't prepare anything too fancy or anything like that. I did want to talk about what we're doing for the school and how we're deferring from past years, because we've had a lot of conversations about it. But first off, I'll talk about our theme, our main
Can you
school
give your
theme.
name?
Oh yeah, I'm Patrick Williams, so I'm the SBO Tech, which means I focus a lot on videos and bringing a lot of people together is what I've thought a lot about. So at the beginning of the year, we talked about our school theme, and we chose good old days as our theme. A big problem we had going into the school year is we noticed that going into high school, it's coming from 2 separate middle schools. You have Mountain Green Middle School and Morgan Middle School, and they're coming into their freshman year separated. And we noticed that past years, these kids don't really get to know each other. There's no really big activities outside of school or things that kids will be able to get to know each other. And we noticed that there's this very clear divide between the students at the school, and that's only something that you can see as a student. On the outside, you can see friends, you can see a thriving school with sports and activities, but from the inside, or at least I have noticed, and these SBOs have noticed, that there very clearly is a divide between the students. There's separate cliques and things like that. And so going into the year, we decided that we wanted to just remove all of that. We want the school to be as unified as we can possibly make it, which is why we chose our theme, which is good old days. And what that basically means to me personally is everyone talks about the good old days in their life, the good time when they were young or when they were thriving with their life. And we want the good old days for these kids to be high school. We want them to realize that this is a very, very big and fun part of their life that doesn't need to be all about school, all about learning or being miserable with homework. This is a very good time of your life where you can really thrive and make good friends and find out who you want to be. So a big part of that has to do with the activities outside of school. And I wrote down a couple of our upcoming projects that we thought about. Our upcoming projects that have not been done before, new traditions that we want to introduce. Our first one that we want to do is we want to introduce a new Christmas video that we do every year that we show at assemblies. I've called it Rhett Ruins Christmas. Rhett Barker, he's another SBO, he's not here, but that's just a video to get Christmas spirit up, get people excited. And that's at the culmination of a week that we want to do called a Candy Cane Countdown, which is a week leading up to when high school will eventually be let out for about a week. That's another tradition we want to introduce, including a senior citizen prom that we want to do around March. We want to be set up a whole big thing and do a fundraiser. And another very, very big one we want to be doing soon is Principal Mikesel of the middle school had some health, has been having some health complications, and we wanted to throw together a fundraiser for him. So we're hopefully throwing a winter party, and all of the proceeds that we get from that will go towards him and his family to be able to help him with that.
Can you give us an update on him?
I have not heard much. You've heard something, correct?
Can you put her on mic, please? So I know you guys sleeping kiddo.
So the last update I received was that he's in the hospital in St. George, and he will probably remain there for a couple of weeks, and then they'll move him up here to a rehab center, and he's got a couple of months of good rehab. But they say that, you know, it's going to be a long recovery, but feel very hopeful about it. He's lucky.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Shasta.
So yeah, that's one big thing we're talking about for sure. Is we really, really want to to let the students know about what's going on, and also get a very big opportunity to put some money towards something that's good. And we had some discussions at SBO camp this year about wanting to do a fundraiser for something for charity, and I want to bring. This is very, very early discussions, but we want to bring a couple of schools together to raise some money for charity. Not sure what that will look like, but that's definitely an idea right now. So now to talk about what brought us here, which is a movie we made called Bouncing Betty. I'm not sure how that brought me to here with all of you guys. I'm not sure how that happened and how people even really heard about it, but this is a very big tradition that's been going on for quite some time. It's a video that the SBOs make every year during the Halloween season, and they show it to the school, and it's a very look forward to event. And I saw that as a freshman, and I found out that the SBOs make it. That was one of my first drives towards being an SBO, and this year we went into it, and knowing what our theme was, knowing what we wanted to do, we decided we wanted to push the limits of something that we've never done before, which is make a feature-length movie and be able to show it to the kids at the school. And we buckled down and filmed it for about a month and a half, edited it all together, and it turned out to be a really, really big thing. A lot of people heard about it, and a lot of people have used that as a way to unify people. And that's just one example, one exciting example for us to show that the efforts that we're putting forward are somewhat working. And that's why we're really looking down this list of the opportunities that are given to us, and the ideas that we're having is just to unify the school. So that's basically all I really had to talk about, and what we're trying to do is our goal is really just to unify the school, because we've noticed the problems that have been inside, and that's really only been able to be noticed by students and by us. And so yeah, thank you for letting us talk about it.
Thanks, Patrick. Hang on. Anybody have any questions for him?
Why don't you introduce the rest of the SBO officers?
So,
Or
right
have them
here-
introduce themselves.
Oh, yeah, you guys want to introduce yourself? I don't need to be the only one talking.
I'm Abram Anderton. I'm VP of Business.
I'm Crew Johnson, and I'm the president.
I'm Brinley Turner, and I'm the VP of Advertising.
I'm Navy Woolsey, and I'm the secretary. And then this is our advisor, Shasta Brashears.
Come on up, Hallie.
I'm Hallie Titus, and I'm the student school board member.
So I attend your school board meetings, and I know Hallie. She works for me over the summer, and she's also one of our library pages. And I knew she was really excited about your Bouncing Betty video, and then hearing the updates of all that you guys were doing. I wanted them to see that there's a future, and you guys are doing good things for our community. I would personally like to know what the age limit is for the senior prom. Because I have some really awful 70s prom dresses that I could totally break out. So, but we really appreciate you being here.
How long is the video?
How long is the what?
The video.
It's over an hour.
Oh, it's over an hour.
It's just about an hour long, yeah.
That's why I was like, we are
Suggest
not
we
showing
watch it,
that.
But that might take a little time. Where,
Right.
where
It's-
do I see said video?
It's on YouTube. So we have a SBO YouTube channel, and it's titled just Bouncing Betty on there. We've shown it twice. We showed it during the assembly, and then we had a little family and friends showing just a little bit into November, was it? Yeah. It's on YouTube. And is there? Posted? Let me see what the channel is. Sorry, I didn't.
Did you plagiarize that?
The name of the movie? Yeah. I would have picked a different name, that's for sure. I had to. There's a line in the movie that I have this guy right here say where he says that he hates the name Bouncing Betty, And I need to sneak that in there to let the crowd know that I don't like it very much, that it was not my idea. Bouncing Betty, where it came from? It can't. Yes, I do. I made it. I know where it came from. Is that Navy that said that? Of course it was. So Bouncing Betty is the first video that was made. It's actually kind of. It's kind of. I don't know, a little bit. She got. There's a myth that there's a girl that fell from the rafters, but when she hit the ground, she bounced, and her ghost haunts the school. Correct? That's. Yeah, I tried not to address that in the movie because I think that's a little bit weird to say. Just a little bit. So the name is MHSSBO_2025. That's what the name of the YouTube channel is. We just have that video and then a Homecoming Olympics video that we made at the beginning of the year. Which I don't know if that's what that was, but if somebody's watching already, I must be doing my job.
Well, we really appreciate you being here today. Special request from someone that lives a block away. Can we have one song besides Journey playing every day at the school? Like, Don't Stop Believin'. We need a new song.
Is that the middle school that
Okay.
plays that?
Your SBO. Pass it on. Make that happen.
Pass it on to them. Okay.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come back anytime. Community and economic opportunity.
Okay.
Put up your new slide deck. Change it since 3 o'clock. Of course.
And if I can just say, I was also in a Bouncing Betty movie as a freshman at Morgan High School a few years ago, so I will try to find the video and I'll send it to you.
Oh my gosh.
This is our county attorney. What year was that, he said? I don't think he wants to say.
That's a hard act to follow.
Yeah. Right?
We haven't made any movies. So anyway, this is an update on our Morgan County grant for 2024. We're in the process right now of, Kate's got it on the website for the grant applications. We're going to earmark $75,000 of our budget for local grants. And so anyway, a new application start on December 1st, but we're going to open it up early for applications. The applications will stop on January 31st, and then our group will take February to pick the appropriate applicants or the ones that are successful. And so that's what the grant is going to be this year. Whoops, does that move? There we go. Our grants are designed to help local businesses and increase sales tax and jobs. So with that, we'll move on to the Morgan County Opportunity Board, and this is the city, the county, Workforce Services, Davis Tech, Morgan Chamber, Morgan County, local business owner, which is Young's, and State Parks.
And who are you gentlemen?
I am John Barber. I am the CEO Board Chair, and this is Andrew Willis, my sidekick that is part of DATC, or Davis Tech, excuse me. And then we have Stacy that's with us, that is Davis Tech Secretary at the local BRC. Okay, so these are the ones that have received the grant, and Jose Patino with Morgan Weight Room. He received $5,000, and benefit is one job, and he bought a bunch of equipment to serve more clients, provide more movement, muscle growth, and client singing muscle growth. So he was pretty excited about it. It's created one job, and that was a benefit for that. So the second one, there's pictures of his weight room. Okay, shirts to a T. Go ahead.
Okay, Shirts to a T. The owner is Brian Haddock, and he has received 2 grants. This is the second one. Both grants have been used to put a down payment on additional equipment. So he has added additional jobs and sales tax because he can now do jobs faster than ever before. There's a picture of the equipment that he got this last time. Previously, he got an embroidery machine that had, I think, 7 heads before he had the capacity to do, I think, just 2. So his output has increased dramatically as his contribution to the county.
And the thing that he bought on the first grant that we give him $12,000 for was that 7-head embroidery machine.
I think that's the next picture, Jeremy.
What's that?
There you go.
Yeah, and that was $80,000. But anyway, it was $80,000 and he paid for it a year. So that's great for him because he turns out a lot of good stuff. The next one was Higby Honey, Mike Higby. The success story there was he lost all of his hives due to an early frost, and so we give him. He requested $5,000. We give him $5,000. Or did he request more? But anyway, we give him $5,000 to buy new hives. I think he bought 60 hives or 40 hives, and he was able to split those. And now he's got a thriving hive business. He did with that. He opened up his storefront on Commercial Street. And I don't know, have you all been in there? Go in and do a tasting. It's phenomenal. And in the future, and I'm sure he'll come back for a grant this year, he wants to create a honey manufacturing processing facility in Morgan. There's only one in northern Utah, and that's where he takes all his stuff to. So we'd like to get that here locally. There's a picture of his products. And I'd recommend that anybody who hasn't done a tasting go in there. It is, and the store is just beautiful inside. Okay.
Okay. The Milk Barn Creamery came to us. They had opened up their store, and they wanted to expand distribution of their ice cream down in the valley, and so they requested this money for, and also to handle additional catering events. So they wanted to put it down on this trailer, and so they've been able to increase their distribution because of that.
That's a little trailer they pull down and do events. They do, I think they do the Weber County farmers market with that. So, and they've been at our farmers market with that as well. Next was Buster Del Monte with 9 Line and 9 Line Holdings and Mountain Green Aviation. He needed, he's got a hangar and he wanted to get some tools to hire 2 aircraft mechanics. Have they been hired yet, or are they still to be hired? Still to be hired. So one has. So that's a pretty high paying job, and so that was an addition of 2 jobs in the county. And there's his facility there.
Okay. The next was Mountain Green Gym, Marina Eldridge, and this was the largest grant that we gave. Some of the things that influenced our support of this project is that there isn't any good training facility for mountain bikers in this area of the state. And they all had to go down in the valley, or in the wintertime they just couldn't ride. And so she has opened up this facility as part of the Mountain Green Gym. It's separate, but it is part. It's right there with it. But what it has resulted in is additional money that she gets. She's projecting about $12,000 a month in revenue just from the riding facility.
And we had a joint meeting last night that Kate threw together with TTAB and ATAB, and it's amazing how many mountain bikers are in this county. I mean, it's nuts. So this was a great.
There's over 100 kids, between 100 and 200 kids in the county.
So that was Mountain Green Gym. There's their facility with the bikes all set up, as you can see. next would be Young Automotive Bedliner Facility. And this is over in the Chrysler store in the building that would be to the west. And they've dedicated one bay to this, and they do bedliners, which is, you know, you wouldn't think much about bedliners, but it's one of the only there's only 2 facilities in northern Utah, this being one. And so they've added one job, and they've done like $18,000 the first month in bedliners, which is incredible. And the nice thing about a bedliner facility, especially for them, is that if somebody comes in and wants a bedliner, they can do it on site. So rather than have to send it out or anything else, so it's a great sales tax revenue for the county. There's the shop. The thing that was paid for was the machine you see next to the barrel that applies to bedliners.
Okay, this was another Young request, and this was for the Black Box facility, which is over by Ridley's. And with this, the real advantage and what the money went towards was creation of 2 additional bays that the high school students could use. So they've dedicated 2 bays for the high school students in the automotive program to use.
There's a picture of the bays that they use. They also have in there, the Polaris store does their work in there, and also all the warranty work goes in there from the Chrysler store and the Ford store.
Oh, and I misspoke. The money didn't go to the bay. That was already there. The money went to the equipment. That equipment in the picture that's red, that was equipment that helped to be purchased by the grant.
Okay, the next one was for the Scotsman Center for their farmers market. The use of the funds was to do some marketing and to go out and market to businesses to come and attend. That was $6,600, and increased sales tax and jobs. And there's pictures of farmers market. I don't know if you've been there, but you really need to go. It's a lot of fun. Every time I go, I spend way too much money. So, and there's the dates on the farmers market: 17th of August and 14th of September. So that's our grant recipients. The 2023 grant recipients are there, and then there's 2022. One of the big success stories in the 2022 grants is the Phoenix House. We give them $10,000. They did signage upgrades, which he said that nobody even knew they were there, and they put signs up, and now their business has grown exponentially. So it's been a pretty successful program the last number of years. So the grant, the original amount last year was $50,000 that we budgeted for. We were able to get $58,000. Thank you for that. To continue on, $8,000. So that's our presentation. Any questions anybody has? So this year, again, it's going to be $75,000. We'll come and report in February what's the ones that were successful in that. We have a committee that we've yet to name that we're going to do in this coming board meeting that will review all those grants, and we're looking to get a CRM so we can show you ongoing increase in sales tax and jobs. So,
Okay, last time we made this presentation, Commissioner Anderson mentioned that, as I recall, that this is one of his favorite commission meetings, is when we present on the growth that these businesses are receiving from the grant. And this really is an opportunity for us to engage with the businesses in the county. I love what the high school students said about bringing people together. This really has brought the business community in Morgan County together and really developed a lot of excitement towards the fact that they can grow. And we're honored here as part of Davis Tech with the Business Resource Center to actually be connecting with businesses and helping them. There were several businesses that applied last time that were not approved for a grant for various reasons. They have since been working with us at the Business Resource Center to get their businesses so that they can grow and be ready for the next grant. So something is happening here, and it's gaining a lot of momentum. And we, again, like John said, we're very appreciative for you for your support.
One of the other things that the CEO board does, just as a side note, is we're now going to do 1 week a month, maybe 2 weeks a month, one day that we're going to go out for 4 hours and break up into groups and go visit not just the grant recipients, but businesses, local businesses throughout the county, see what we can do to help them, see what kind of, we're going to do a, what's the name of the study? Barrier study. We've budgeted a barrier study to see where the barriers are with the businesses that are here, the growth barriers. So we're excited to get that study done and see what we can do, especially in advising the commission on what barriers that may be in the county that will stifle businesses from growing. So, and that was part of what Kate recommended. And I just got to tell you, the meeting we had last night with the other two boards was phenomenal. I had no idea that the Active Transportation Board was working so hard on trails and those kinds of things. And the thing that was nice is we had some collaboration where we can help one another as boards. We've done a lot with the Tourism Board, but we haven't done anything with the Transportation Board, but we found some common ground that we can work on last night. So it was a great meeting. Thank you. So,
Thank you again for all your volunteer hours. Appreciate it, John.
yeah.
And Stacy.
No worries. Any questions?
No, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate you. Blair Stringham from Northern Region Supervisor for the Utah Division of Wildlife Resources. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Blair Stringham. I'm our Northern Region Supervisor. I'm based out of our Ogden office for the Division of Wildlife Resources. I have my contact information on this material, so just want to invite you to reach out if you ever have questions or concerns about any wildlife-related issues here in the county, or questions or whatever. We'll be happy to help. The reason I'm here today is to present our PILT check, so it's our payment in lieu of taxes for the properties that we manage here in the county. This money comes specifically from permit sales from hunters and anglers, so it's important money, and we are happy to give it to the county to better our partnership and better the management of wildlife and wildlife resources here in the county. Our properties are managed primarily for hunting and angling activities, but there are also other forms of recreation that happen on these properties. They're managed specifically for wildlife habitat, and so a lot of them here are managed for big game species like deer, elk. We also have upland game, waterfowl, and some other species in this county as well that these properties are really important for. Probably one of the biggest things that happened in the last year was the support from the commissioners on acquiring about 2,600 more acres up by our East Canyon wildlife management area in the state park. That was huge for us. It makes these state properties all contiguous. It's going to allow us to do a lot of really neat things on those properties for wildlife, as well as for people recreating in the county. So again, we're happy to be here, happy to present this check to the county, and we appreciate your support and everything that you do for wildlife here.
Thank you. That was Blaine and our lobbyists worked very hard on that, and all our commission was in support of that, and it is a great thing for our community. So
it was a big lift, and we appreciate all the help.
Thank you. Okay, move to our action items now. So F1, Amy Lamone and Russell Fox. Hopefully I said that right. I got the Fox right, I know that.
I don't know, actually, because I'm not Amy. But I thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is actually Beth Holbrook. I'm the Utah Transit Authority trustee that covers Davis, Weber, and Box Elder counties. And we're here tonight to talk about a ski agreement. As I don't know if you guys remember, but Morgan County was part of the discussions in 2017 to create a bus stop for ski service. And as you know, it has been, we've slowly seen a steady increase and made some changes. And we're here tonight as part of that agreement to do the annual presentation about that. And we're here to answer any questions. And that's where Russ comes in. But I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have about UTA as well. And I just wanted to shout out to Commissioner Falkrell. He is on WFRC with me and represents Morgan County very well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Russ. And again, if you have any questions, please let us know.
All right. Thank you, Beth. So yeah, I'm Russ Fox. I'm the planning director for UTA. So I'm just going to go a really brief overview of our ski service, especially for what we provide up here in from Morgan County and Davis County. So first of all, just to give you an overview, we provide quite a bit of service for several counties. We have 2 in Weber County, 1 for Davis and Morgan counties, 2 in Salt Lake County, and 1 in Utah County, serving Powder Mountain, Snow Basin, Solitude, Brighton, Snowbird, Alta, and Sundance. Our service starts typically early December and ends in April. So for this year, it starts on our December change day, and that will be December 8th this year is when our ski service will start. This just kind of gives you an overview of the routes of what's in the northern service area. You can see Powder Mountain, Snow Basin on the map. Again, the 3 routes are, we always talk about them in numbers, but we have the 674 that goes from basically Ogden Central Ogden Front Runner to Powder Mountain. Then there's 675 that goes from Ogden Front Runner, goes into Snow Basin, and then 677 starts at the Farmington station, goes through Morgan County, and then to Snow Basin. So just specifically Route 677 is the one that serves Davis and Morgan counties going to Snow Basin. You can see, again, just kind of what I described. It hits park and ride lots, has hotel access, and provides a really great service to Snow Basin. The service starts at 6:45 in the morning, and then for the uphill service, and then the downhill service starts at 12:15. Goes until about 4:45. So that's all day. It's 60-minute service, so it runs every 60 minutes, which is one of the changes that we actually did a couple of years ago. This used to be a peak service. We would run more service in the morning and then in the afternoon. So if somebody rode the bus up first thing in the morning, they were kind of stuck at the resort until we started it late in the afternoon. Now we spread it out through the day, and I'm happy. I'll show you some numbers of some of the increases that did for us. Just showing this map. Sorry, it probably shows up small on your screen. This just shows the route from where it begins all the way up to Snow Basin. The one thing I just want to point out is the main reason why we're here talking about the contract is that spot for Mountain Green. That is the bus stop that we're here to talk about, that service for the route. The one main purpose is for us to, because we don't typically provide service in Morgan County, not part of our transit district. So that's part of the agreement, is to allow us to operate, and then to help pay for, to basically support the service. Just to show you some numbers, 2022-23 season for this is Route 677. Our total boardings for that year was 10,397. For 2023 to 2024, you can see that went up to almost 18,000. I don't know how we missed that one rider to get us to 18, but it's okay. So it's about a 73% increase is what that did. So we're really excited about when we make those changes, make those adjustments, and we watch the ridership increase. So, any questions that you guys have for us?
So do you have the numbers? I thought I heard that everybody, those who use the ski resorts coming from the south of Weber Canyon, that there's a pretty high percentage that go up Weber Canyon anyway without the buses and head up to either Snow Basin or Nordic or Powder Mountain. Do you have those percentages. I just heard that it's a pretty high percentage versus going down to Ogden Canyon to
I
go up.
don't know what those percentages are. As far as like comparing the amount of vehicles versus the bus, yeah, I'm not sure.
Another question I have, where would the stop, well, I know that property looks like it's UDOT property.
I believe so.
There at Sinclair, so I don't know how much control we would have over their property, or if we would have an agreement with them, or how that would work, because I think it states in the agreement that we would at least snow plow the bus stop.
Yeah, there's part of the maintenance. Actually, back in 2017, Morgan County paid Davis County. This is kind of it's those weird moving pieces to actually build the stop at that location, and then so the past agreements have always had that Morgan County just maintains it. And I believe Snow Basin is also offering to help maintain that spot as well. I'm not sure.
So who would reach out to UDOT?
Sorry, I'll speak into the mic. I apologize. We are happy to reach out to UDOT and determine all of the logistics on that piece of it. As a typical course of action, if there's any federal funds on that, we would own the actual stop itself and the land that's on it, and then UDOT would own the adjacent pieces to that. But I'll confirm that, and I'll get back to you.
The one thing I can say is that for some of the UDOT lots that we operate on in Salt Lake County, there's just because UDOT's a public entity and we're a public entity, that it's okay to use that spot. So whatever agreements happen for that bus stop to be built, so there's usually not anything else that happens with it. From what we've done with, we have some big park and ride lots that sit on UDOT's property.
So how many people utilize it from Morgan County, that stop, do you know?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I'm not sure. I can look it up. We usually can get like the boarding levels from the bus stops, but I'm not sure.
So as far as the parking for those people that may come from the Morgan area that go to that stop, have we got an agreement with Sinclair or somebody to allow them to park there?
That I'm not sure about.
I mean, it used to be that you could park there, but UDOT's fenced it off because there was somebody that was injured going to one of the food vendors. They slipped, it was a slip and fall, and they've now fenced it off, so there isn't any place there to park. So it's literally a drop-off location where somebody can pull over, let their kid out of the car, get back on the bus, and then they turn around and they don't have to go up to Snow Basin.
So which side of the street is it? Is the stop on?
East side.
So it is the east side where
Mhm.
all the vendors are.
Now, I don't know what they do on the way down. I assume they just stop next to the Sinclair and people get off into the...
Yeah, that's a good question too. We'll have to find that out, because I believe that they do just stop at the Sinclair and let them out exit, but I can confirm that as well.
What was the annual fee last year, do you know?
$6,881.
68?
68.
So
This-
what
this
that
is
would
less.
suggest is that the ridership from Morgan County is probably a little lower, and/or the cost is, has been reduced, because it's based on the ridership in the county. That's how you allocate our 6175.
Yeah, and I think we did just a 7% flat rate, whereas in past agreements I was looking at it and it was like a 7.7%. The way it's calculated is Davis County contributes a portion to basically support the service, and so this year it's Davis County is providing $88,201 for the service, and then Morgan's County portion is 7% of that cost. So that's.
And I agree with Commissioner McConnell. I guess if our data shows us that 1 out of 100 are Morgan residents, then I definitely would be interested in the 1%. But it'd be hard to do 7% if we're only 1% ridership, if that makes sense. But just curious to know what that percentage might be, or if we have any data on that.
And I don't know if I would apply it that strictly, but I understand the logic of that. Well, I think that there are net benefits associated with it. I think if you have that many riders, reducing the traffic and putting them in buses is a benefit to our community as well. I mean, that's one of the big issues that people have, and you know, we're trying to get an interchange in there that will alleviate that demand. But when Snow Basin is closing and people are exiting, coming down Trappers Loop and turning right, if you live west of that intersection, turning left to come at this point now to a new grocery store, you're going to have to really adjust your timing because it's a tough left-hand turn.
It is, and we are actually, that's an excellent point. We're working obviously with Davis and Weber counties as well to kind of fine tune some of the service, especially given the Olympics coming. And so part of that is how we're going to figure out strategies to navigate that. I had understood that I-84 interchange was on UDOT's list, and I don't know the date exactly, but I do know that that is a time frame that they're looking at as well. And I think that that's going to have another impact, is once we get to that construction.
And if you guys can help support moving that forward on an expedited basis so that it's done by 2034, it's well worth the $61.75.
Well, I can tell you from a logistics standpoint, it would be worth it. So we'll see what we can do.
One from a previous comment, just to add on to it, also parking. We definitely would want to be interested on where everybody would park to get on the bus because of the lack of parking.
That's an excellent point, and I do believe that that is in longer range discussions in terms of how to navigate that with the roads and everything else, but I don't have a timeline on that yet. But I obviously think that that would be something soon as well. Soon as in before the Olympics.
Oh, I was hoping soon as in before the end of the year. Let's figure something out.
For the
bus
I
stop.
apologize. I was thinking a little longer term. I'm happy to find that out, and I'll get that back to you in terms of where the park and ride could be utilized, and if UDOT's going to have that land available, and we can make sure that that gets communicated fairly quickly.
Commissioner Fackrell, where did you pull that amount from? Because I'm not showing
It was
you
from a
even-
couple of years ago that I looked at it. It was from,
Yeah.
we were paid,
6,800?
$6,800 was paid out of TTAP.
It was paid, well, I'm not showing where we paid them at all in '24, and in '23, we paid them $3,300.
There was two different ones.
Okay.
Paid them $68.81. It came out of TTAP because I remember authorizing it.
Is that where it would come out of again?
It's up to you guys.
Well, I think that's where it would reasonably be from, I would think.
Trying to think if it fits.
I think that makes sense.
I think it makes sense to
tourism
put it in that.
related. It would be really nice. It would be far easier for us to support it if Snow Basin ski passes were sold in Morgan County.
Yeah, so if you
They're
can work
all
on that.
Sold in Weaver. So even if we just had a ticket kiosk next to the parking that you're going to provide, that would be wonderful.
That would be nice.
It would be nice.
They stop, they pay for their pass, they get on the bus.
Bus, and they're
then-
ready to roll when they get there.
I like where you're going with that.
Make sure you bring that up in WFRC.
I will. I will definitely do that, Commissioner.
Any other questions?
I have just two comments or maybe a question. So I know you said December change day is December 8th this year. Is that a term of art that's well known for what change day is? Because it's not defined in the agreement.
Yeah, it's for UTA. We do for us. We do 3 change days a year. So we do December change day, which turns on basically our ski service. We do April change day, which turns off our ski service, and now April change day is also it's when we do major changes to like our routes or our schedules and things like that, or we add routes, and then we do a third one in August. So,
And is that available on your website where?
yeah, and we can.
So, okay.
And if we need to add some language in that too. That's
I was just curious because it looks like a defined term, but it doesn't define it in the document itself. So if there's a way to add that, I think you could, but I'm
We'd
not
be
too
happy-
worried about it.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that. It is an industry term in terms of the skiers. Anybody who is skiing understands that, but we recognize that there's always new people, and so we want to make sure we do that. We do have regular communications with certainly with the Ski Utah, as well as Ogden, their chambers, as well as Davis County chambers, and we do communicate that to all of the people that are in the tourism industry. So, but happy to do more for next time around, and we can make sure that gets communicated as we roll it out on our social media.
Awesome.
So another question. Other ridership that do not ski, do they use this bus line to come from Davis County up to, or Weber County at the Park and Ride, up to Morgan County? Do you know? Or could it be?
I guess if anyone's willing to pay, it's $5 each way. So if someone wants to pay $5 to come up and use that stop, then there's nothing that stops them from doing that.
So that is a different rate than a normal bus ride?
Correct. Our normal fare is $2.50 for each way. For ski, it's $5 each way.
Okay, because I was just wondering, it would help out on a perspective of bringing people that need to come up to Morgan County for economic, to be able to work, a workforce, because the times are good, 6:45 a.m. until 4:45. That would allow people to come up here and work. And so I was just wondering if there's any way that you could make that something to work with that to see whether or not people would use it.
Yeah, so one of the other things that beyond just ski service, the UTA does provide, and this is just something that, maybe even if you talk with businesses and employers up here, but we do offer a van pool, and we do offer our van pool is not just confined to our service district. So the van pool is basically, it's a program where the companies can pay for a van for their employees to go around and they pick up their employees along the way, and then they all ride up together, go to whatever place of business they're going to go to, and then they all drive back home. So that is another program that's potentially available, and that's available right now. And you.
Okay, all right. Just
I don't know if you ever partner with anybody, but maybe depending on the ridership, Lee's might partner with their large parking lot, and that might be an option to talk to them as well. So,
Thank you for that. We certainly would look into that. I know that some retail, it's a little more challenging in terms of bus access. That's the biggest challenge. But we do also have partnerships with Latter-day Saint churches. A lot of times they are in very convenient locations, and so we have an agreement with them every year that we can utilize those for park and rides as well. And we just have to identify the specific location, and they're a little easier and friendlier to larger vehicles. So, but I mean, it's a great point. I think the challenge in retail is access.
yeah.
But
There's
thank you.
one a block from there too.
Is that the new one that you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good to know. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
One side of the road. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Mhm.
The back of the circle around the back of the store and then out the other entrance is a possibility.
Yeah, we'd be happy to reach out to them. We do want to be sensitive, of course, to any retail because of the whole, we don't want to take their parking lot. But we'd be happy to do that communication. What I'm going to do, though, first is I'm going to reach out to UDOT and determine how the access is going to work in that particular park and ride and if they're going to open it up for us. And then I can get you that information, and then we can go the next level and talk about Lee's. I think that probably would be the way to go on this one for this year.
The only other comment I'll make is in the notice section, it's attention Tina Cannon. You might want to either just make that attention commission chair or administrative manager or wherever you want this to go.
Yeah, and the other comment I had on page 3, right under the notice, on that first line that starts either party, at the end, I would just remove on and add by providing. I think that can clarify. So it says either party may change the address at which such party desires to receive notice on written notice of such change. I think if you said receive notice by providing written notice of such change, I think that can just clarify.
Yep. Make that change. Thank you for that.
Anything else? Okay, if not, I'll look for a motion.
I move that we allow for the ski service stop agreement at the price that is listed in our report or in the contract with the changes that you can possibly make.
I'll second. And funding come from
Funding come from TTAP,
TTAB?
TRT, Fund 35.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Fackrell, and a second by Commissioner McConnell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so much. And we'll be in touch with these changes and then further communications as we talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, action item number 2. We have Kelvin Judd representing Doug Elertson for Wildcat Storage. Oh, Doug's here too.
Got both of us. Yeah, Kelvin Judd, just pretty simple presentation. To our understanding, the transportation impact is calculated based on the square footage of a commercial building. And typically in most municipalities, it's calculated on the actual traffic impact, which is kind of, seems like makes more sense, but we're not the first group to request a reduction on this, probably not the last. I think the Scotsman Center did. And then we just run a bunch of calculations where the Wildcat storage units are is in the Canyon View Commons or Canyon View Commercial Subdivision. There was an initial generic traffic study done when the subdivision was approved a couple years ago. And then specifically for Wildcat storage, in about as generously as we can project, on a very busy day, he might generate 100 trips a day. So we've tried to give it the best benefit of the doubt and say if that's the case, then go out, you compare that to what Lee's Marketplace generates, and they generate 3,284 trips a day. Lee's paid an impact fee of $77,000, a little over $77,000. Wildcat Storage accounts for a little over 3% of the traffic that Lee's does. So by comparison, Wildcat Storage impact fee based on a true traffic study would be about $2,495. But his fee that he was asked to pay is over $100,000. So we're requesting a reduction to reflect the actual traffic impact. So happy to answer any questions or talk about anything, but and I'm not sure if there's something that should be done differently. It kind of seems interesting that that's the way the county does it. Maybe it just hasn't come up that often, but maybe there's a better way going forward. I don't know, to calculate these things, but we're pretty confused at that significant amount, more than Lee's actually for 3% of the traffic that Lee's brings in. So.
Okay. Any questions?
So the amount that they have charged or want to charge you is $100,000?
108, I think.
That's the calculation based on square footage. An updated traffic impact fee study could certainly help that. Is that actually in the works now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are working on that, and hopefully they address that issue.
I think you have two opposite ends of the spectrum here, and I have seen multiple areas that evaluate the traffic impact study off of square footage of commercial buildings. It's kind of hard to ask the all commercial buildings to say, can you please do a traffic study to give us counts? But it appears to me it's pretty opposite end of the spectrum, a storage facility versus a supermarket as far as traffic counts.
We calculate it based on the square footage because that's what we're required to do. There is a provision in there that the county commission can reduce that. You have in the past year reduced it twice, once for Scotsman Storage, which is a similar use, and then for the Mount Green Sewer Improvement District.
Is the reduction they're asking for consistent with what we did with Scotsman?
Scotsman Storage had 2 phases. The first phase was done in 2020, and they did a traffic impact study showing the amount of traffic that they would generate, and the fee that was used to calculate it was, I'd have to go back and look at it. I want to say it was $73, or I don't want to speak without going back and re-reviewing it. But the Mount Green Sewer Improvement District was waived altogether because they're a public utility. But there was a traffic study done for that first phase. The second phase was re-evaluated by Mark Miller using the same 2020 traffic study, and the County Commission voted to approve that reduction based on that past study.
But we don't know. I think what Robert's saying is we should keep it on a fair playing field, right? So, but we don't know what that would be then.
I can go back and I can take a look at what Scotsman Center was charged per trip, and see what that calculates out, and treat this use the same way if you want me to do that. Or you could require them to do a traffic impact study, because that's what Scotsman's did.
Well, there is a traffic study.
The traffic study done for the Valpal Canyon View Commercial West.
Okay, and then there's the letter from Hunt Day, which is specific to your site. Was I reading that correctly?
And I don't know, maybe to the comment previous, Amy versus square footage, we at least maybe have them submit an estimated traffic count from their facility and base it off of that versus square footage. I don't know if there's a better way to do that. I've seen it done this way. This isn't abnormal. It's just, I think for a storage facility, it's definitely difficult to say, well, it's kind of high when our counts are so low, and I would agree. But I don't know if we would do it any other way, and I don't know if you guys have seen it and done any other way. But
Isn't that what they did? I thought what I was reading was that they estimate their daily traffic count to be 106 per day. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I've worked at 3 jurisdictions in my career. Weber County collected no impact fees on anything when I worked for them anyway. City of St. George, they did it by the square footage of the building, but it was further broken down by the use and occupancy of the building, and they had a table. If it was retail, it was one, and if it was
Different kinds of commercial uses.
yeah, a doctor's office was something else. So that's the way I've seen it done before. I just want to throw that out there. The current study that we're using was done in 2017, and it just has the one fee per square foot. So.
What's the residential traffic impact fee?
The residential is basically per door, and it comes to $348.57. That is regardless of the size of the building. It's just based on the dwelling unit, the single dwelling unit.
So they're proposing a reduction of the fee to $3,750. That would be consistent with the demand of a typical residential home multiplied by that fee. So that's another way to think about what they're asking for.
Right. And
3,750 would be a little above it, but
and you know, I don't know. I haven't spent a lot of time studying this the impact fee study, but it's also everything is reduced by 50%. So it basically $1,563.45 per 1,000 square feet of building area, and that's 50% of whatever the well, it's 50% of numbers.
What does the impact fee cover? This transportation impact fee.
Well, and that's kind of out of my wheelhouse. I just collect it.
Right.
I understand that it can only be used for new traffic improvements, not maintenance to existing ones. That's just a basic understanding. I don't know how it breaks down.
new traffic improvements that you decide to put on your capital facilities plan going forward, that the commission collectively decides to put on.
I didn't know if there was specific use besides, I mean, if it's an impact of where they're at, the developer's already putting in that infrastructure, and then most any other kind of impact that we do in the county, I mean, it's all maintenance and because the developers are putting in the infrastructures. So I'm just curious, why do we even have it?
Oh, there could be, I'm sure they define it well in the impact fee analysis. They have to by law.
Okay.
So
I can
I
send
would
that to you.
guess, if I
Can
were
you?
guessing, widening of the road,
Okay.
new sidewalk to accommodate the pedestrian, I don't know, just
Okay,
multiple
I'm just
things.
curious.
that's-
Even that crosswalk that we're gonna be putting in.
Okay.
I
Right.
can
Is
send
there
you
a
that.
place we can look at it, that I can study it? Can you
Yeah.
send it to me? You don't have to right now.
I
Wait
got
for
it
the
up
new
right
one.
here.
I'd wait for the new one? Which new one?
Right, the one we're out on RFP for.
Oh, okay,
We're
that's,
doing a new analysis. and stuff.
okay, sounds good.
Do you have anything, Garrett, on this?
I don't. I know. I would just suggest doing what we've done for other similarly situated applicants making the request.
And just, you know, with the commercial park that we have now, Canyon View, I think we're gonna see this issue quite a few more times before we're done. Up until now, we haven't had much commercial.
Yeah, I think that's the fundamental thing that's happening. The fact that people are coming forward with commercial applications, and we have an impact fee that lumps everything into the category of commercial and multiplies it by square footage, is we're gonna have the issue that Impact Fee Act requires there to be a nexus between the impact, and then there has to be rough proportionality with the fee, in connection with the fee charged. And they're simply saying, we recognize the nexus, but if you look at this in terms of rough proportionality, your impact fee is way too high for the amount of demand that we're gonna be putting on your roadway systems. So unless you want to wait to compare it with the Scotsman, I think this is pretty close to what we charge them. And that's why I asked what the residential was, so I had something in my mind in terms of how I could evaluate it. To me, the 3,750 that they're proposing would be a reasonable amount that would meet the rough proportionality standard that the act requires.
Okay. Then I'll look for a motion.
I would kind of like to look at what, I would like to get the final amount from what the Scotsmans, what we did with them, before we make a final determination.
I was involved somewhat when they initially built their storage units a few years ago. And I don't know what they ended up paying. My recollection was the amount we calculated was like $88,000. So, and this time around, the last time, I wasn't involved at all. Nobody asked me, and
It's
don't know
been
what they
within the
said.
last year.
Kate's looking it up real quick.
Okay.
No pressure.
Otherwise, I will
I said
move to
real quick.
I'm teasing.
postpone.
We believe in you.
2021.
Wow, time flies.
I know. We're not getting any
I was
younger.
going to say, I think we looked at that within the last year. Within the last 3
years.
Time is rolling together.
It's our first year.
Sorry, I have the notifications open. It's been slow. Amendment, unanimous. That was to amend the plat. So was it that one? If I search impact fee, I will get a million things. I just need to go back to the February one. Because I doubt it was 2019. Just gonna pull it up.
Well, for the sake of time, I would just move to postpone it until we get the figures.
I'm ready to make a motion.
I just did.
I like what the report did, and I like how we've analyzed it, and I'm ready to make a motion, so.
Are you making a motion?
I did. I did make a motion to postpone.
Oh, you did?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do we have a second? We have a motion from,
I'll second it for purposes of the vote.
Of
I
getting
would
a
say if
truer
we
picture.
postpone it, you don't need to come back at the next one to do the presentation. I think what Commissioner Fackrell is saying is he'd like to see, compare it to what we did with the Scotsman, just to make sure we're being reasonable and fair with both applicants.
If you want to postpone it for like 2 items, we can go back and pull up the civic review and see what they paid, and I can be right back.
Oh, that's great.
Did we
Okay.
have
That'd be right.
civic review back then?
Well, Scotsman just did it this year,
Oh,
and the commission voted to reduce it.
you were right.
okay, that'd be
Okay.
fine.
I was thinking
Then-
it was within the last year.
Can we have
Their
ten-
expansion, their second.
Okay, if you want to go grab that, we'll
10
move
minutes?
on, and then we'll
Yeah.
Okay.
come back to it.
All right,
So-
thanks.
Thanks, Josh, for doing that.
What's a motion to postpone till later in the meeting?
Yes,
Okay, my second stands.
I'll agree with that.
and I will.
Or do you just want to defer and not even do it by?
Let's just defer it.
Okay.
Okay.
He wants to say one more thing. Is that okay?
Sure.
Doug Eitherson. You actually have actual numbers, and they were talking about being over 100 per day. It's actually going to be more like 17 per day, based on my other facilities. And I can get you data from any of the other locations, but I brought in the whole month of May, which is usually a busy month, and a location that was twice as big at 29, an average of 29 visitors a day, 29 people entered the facility. So the number's actually way less than 100 if you want to take the actual numbers of it.
But your proposal is to reduce it to the 3750?
Yeah, and based on the percent that Lee's had to pay, it's still, that's even, if you took the actual percent of how many people are going to come in the facility based on how many people are going to go to the grocery store, it would be less than 100%.
Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to be fair.
So, Vice Chair, on your next item, you need to need a motion to close this meeting and go into the Board of Canvassers.
Okay.
And then, once you're done with that, a motion to go back.
Okay. Can I get a motion to go out of our commission meeting and go into a Morgan County Board of Canvassers meeting?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're in your meeting, Cindy.
Good evening, Board of Canvassers. Tonight, I'm here to tell you about the election, answer questions, and go from there. So, with our election, 83% showed up to this election.
Wow.
Big election. Our office, have to put kudos. We rocked it. We rocked it and we did it. We were thrown auditors. We were thrown lieutenant governors. We were thrown everything, but we held it together and we did it. There
Thank
was no tears or anything, but we did it. And I'm very proud of my coworkers and Leslie, how we really rocked it. So provisionals this year, we had 197 come in. Provisionals are people that come in on election day. They bring in 2 forms of mail, their license, and fill out a ballot. And then Leslie goes forward saying if they have all their information, then we get to count the vote. Out of the 197 provisionals, 167 votes were counted, 30 were not. Postmarked wrong, that's after November 4th. 69 were not counted. My cure letters, that is when we get a bad signature, we send out a cure letter. They sign the paper and bring it back in. We had 219 cure letters. 74 of them were cured. The others weren't counted. 7,500 ballots come in and counted. This year, I have three main things that I loved about the elections. My first one was when the sun come up, the cement was lined with flags from the cheerleaders. And I called Sue Ann and told her thank you. That was they were just whipping it was really one of those things, touched my heart. My second one is we had our first blind voter this year. She used our express vote. And my third was I got to work in an audit committee. I say committee because it's fun, but we did a hand count, and I would like to thank Garrett Smith, Aaron Bott, Brandon Stokes, and Janelle Walker, and Penny from our office. We had to do a hand count, so those were our fun little
Nuances, huh?
new things that we had to do this year. So
when you do a hand count, is that a hand count of every single ballot?
yes, the lieutenant governor sends us the ballot the batch that we need to hand count.
Okay.
And luckily, we got 132 ballots. We were
Okay.
looking at 1,000 ballots, so luckily they picked 132.
So you have 132, and were we accurate with?
Yes.
Okay.
And
that's what I wanted.
if we weren't accurate, we redid until we were accurate.
Okay.
And it's crazy how names you can say a name and, yeah, we were accurate, very accurate.
Thank you.
No hanging chads.
No, no.
And our counts match the computer.
Yes.
And so that's part of the audit is we're not matching just ourselves because we're counting it in 2 different groups, but it matched the computer, which I think is the purpose of the audit, so that, anyway, lots of claims can be made, and so I think this is some of the state legislature's changes to the procedures to make sure that there's some election integrity.
That's awesome. So I'm assuming the 83% included all counting and non-counting votes, correct?
No, that was just the counted.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
83% from our county that voted this year.
Yes. That's what it says. So
That's amazing.
that's what the reports
It's
say.
gonna be around 90% then or something.
Yeah.
That's good.
So what do you need from us?
I just need signatures. If you would like to look at my final reports, I have this right here. It's 184 pages. So this is all the precincts of the numbers voted. And I have reports that I can give you all.
Okay.
So whatever you would like. I just need signatures and a Yahoo, and I'll be gone.
So no motions need to be made, is that what you're saying?
I was looking at this statutory provision and I can't, it just says we'll meet to canvass. It doesn't seem to say anything about approving anything or certifying or.
I think you want to certify the election, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll look.
Can I make a motion that we certify the election as presented pursuant to the Board of County Canvassers?
Second.
We have a
The
motion.
election results, I guess.
Election results. Okay, we have a
I
motion
second.
by Commissioner McConnell and the second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I do just want to thank my team. They did awesome. I also want to thank Corey Stark and Jim Wagner for providing security for us on Election Day. It meant a lot. And also our IT guys are awesome. We appreciate their help too.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you. Now I need a motion to go out of Morgan County Board of Canvassers back into our commission meeting.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner McConnell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Is he back? You're back. We'll go back into our deferred item.
Scotsman Center's modified traffic impact fee was calculated by taking the total number of storage units, multiplying it by 0.25, which gave them the average daily number of trips, and then that total was multiplied by $73.23. So for the between the two phases, first phase they paid $3,515 and change, and the second phase they paid $3,588 and change.
Okay.
So the relative number's the same, but I don't know if this is the same number of storage units.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the total number of units that they were, but they can speak to that.
Okay.
Do you want me to bring this up?
Do you guys, you know what that calculation would be for you?
So I need your number of storage units,
Okay.
400 even?
400.
Okay, and then you, it's times 0.25. That's not mathing. Yeah, would be 1,005. $7,363.27. I'm picking up short. Okay. Times 7,323. Yeah. So 7,323.
I think it's splitting hairs, right? Or do we do it exactly the same, Garrett?
Well, I guess that's up to
It's up to you
Or
if
if,
you're the governing
or
body.
if Scotsman's is higher, do we go back to them and make them change? Yeah, I'm
I'm
concerned
just
that
telling you
we're-
right now, the 100,000 is more profitable.
Good point, yeah. Clearly true. But what would the calculation then would be?
It was like 7,300.
Well, yeah. And the one thought that I have is if you read through the analysis they did, they have actual, they're not estimating. They have actual numbers of the highest amount of vehicle usage for storage similar in South Ogden. So, and this is half the amount. So if you calculate that, it's, I think I
I
got.
feel comfortable
yeah,
with
I don't know, I
your
just.
calculation myself.
So you would go with the 3750?
Yes, I think that's actually generous. That's why I was ready to make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay, then I will rescind, or I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. We have a motion?
It is approved.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the transportation impact fee request to reduce the fee to the amount of $3,750 with the data that we've received from the applicant and the traffic impact study we received from the engineering firm.
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Anderson and a second from Commissioner McConnell to approve. I'm not even going to say it again. Do you want to say it? No, I don't need to. We're good. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Welcome, Brett.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, Commissioners, now be nice to me. I've been up since 3 o'clock.
Sorry, I was going to interrupt you. I don't know if I've ever. I can
Right?
see the
I
top of
know.
your head. So that's interesting.
Like my hair this way?
Looking good.
Hey, can I give you a UTA story?
Yes,
The buses were just here, right? I do quite a bit of skiing. I got an uncle that catches a bus in Layton, and I always meet him up there. Anyway, got up there one day and got off the bus and got ready, no ski boots. I left my ski boots on the bus. So I thought, well, you're not going skiing. Anyway, he called down there. They said, don't worry, the bus driver will take care of you. Here's the bus come around however long it takes. There's these boots right on the heater. Nice and warm, had these boots.
That was so kind.
Good deal, huh?
Yeah.
It cost you $5. Anyway, you see what we got on there, the trail. We did get it out to bid. Got pretty good bids back. Right in line with what the city did on prices. So I felt good about that. We're a little late in the year is the only problem. Probably won't get done until the 1st of June, before the 1st of June next year, but everything should be in front of you. Any questions?
Before the fair, sounds like.
Yeah, well, we'll have it done by June 1st is what the contract says, so that's before the fair.
So just for the public's sake, where would this trail go from where to where?
Yeah, so it'll go right from the entrance of, so we did add a little bit of trail when the city went to our property line at the fairgrounds. We had 113 feet already, went to the entrance of the fairgrounds, so we'll take it from that side of the entrance to the fairgrounds and go to that corner, across the road, and then parallel the road going to Round Valley on the right side if you're going up. We'll go down to that steel bridge, across the bridge, and terminate right there by the pickleball courts. And I think in the future, we'll definitely think about taking it farther. This is just a good start, I think.
Yeah, the plan is to have it go further, all the way around the whole project.
Have you ever used this contractor before?
I haven't up here. No, I haven't up here. I did do a couple of calls. He seems to be a good contractor. You know, we have used a local contractor that that did the city trail, and thought he did an excellent job. But you can see where he came in on the bid,
Yeah.
on the price on here. So
Okay, I don't have any.
So is this a
questions.
fixed price contract?
it's a fixed price on that much footage. Yes.
So my only question on the contract itself is on page 1, it talks about the 1,400 feet. And then on page 4, it talks about other exhibits to the agreement that were included in the packet. Is the width defined anywhere in the agreements that are part of it?
10 feet wide.
Is it defined anywhere in part of the contract?
Yeah, it seemed like it was on the bid sheets.
Okay.
I'm not sure in the
'Cause it-
contract.
'cause
If
it
not, we can
says-
definitely add that. But
I would just add that just for clarity if it's not included in the contractor's bid or documentation submitted by contractor.
yeah, it's 10 foot wide, so it'll match what the city's done already. So.
Usually in these contracts, it's in the contract documents, I think the page 4 of 6, Article 9. Usually they call out the drawings in that as part of the contract documents, usually.
So maybe under 6, we should add the drawings. I don't see it.
It's in the contract on page 4, section H.
But it says drawings identified in the contract documents. And I guess the question is, are those drawings included in the contractor's bid or documentation submitted by contractor?
So
They
we
will
don't
in
know
contract.
that.
Yeah, usually in
unless-
contract documents, drawings is one of the specified items as a contract document, so I think all they
Okay.
gotta do is add drawings. I think that'd be usually.
So will that be included with this contract?
It already was in the bid documents.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the contract agreement between Morgan County and Advanced Paving and Construction for the construction of a 1,400-foot asphalt trail, 10 feet in width, in the total amount of $79,800.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
And I want you to know, just on that one, it's close. Got the grant for. So the amount of the grant will cover what it was supposed to, and then we just have to come up with about the $31,000.
Well, what grant? Oh, because
Fairgrounds grant for the trail from the Utah Office of Outdoor Rec.
So
So
then
that-
the remainder will come out of impact fees?
Yes.
Great.
That's awesome. That'll
But
be nice.
imagine we'll be back for more trail in the future.
Yes,
on that
I'm sure we
project.
will. On my way home from USAC, I drove through Sevier. I can't even believe how many miles of trails they have. Holy cow.
They have a huge amount of trails.
I don't know where they got their money. Is there oil or there or something? I'm gonna call them and ask them.
Economic development.
They have a lot of public lands too.
But they don't get, yeah, that's true. But they don't get any money from them.
Okay, number 5, Brett.
Okay, a little concrete project up at the Croydon Park. The community would like to increase the size of that. They have a Bowery that's concrete, but they'd like a more basketball court size. We can make it as close as we can with the size we have. But I did get 2 bids on that. Ernie Durant was the low bid on that. The other contractor was J.J. Wilkinson, and he was within $400. They were real competitive, I thought, on the price. So she'd come out of community parks again. That'd be a smaller project. Something we'd probably end up doing next spring again, I'm sure. I'm sure we're running out of time. But concrete is a little bit easier to do than asphalt when it comes to temperatures. You can do more stuff, but I still think we'd probably push it to probably April or so. But I'd like to get it on the books and plan on it if you guys decide you want it. So.
Brett, I thought there was a discussion thought process of a basketball standard or something
Yeah.
like that here also?
That can
Is
be
gonna-
added, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that'd be a problem.
So we can just drill it in rather than,
I'd probably put a pipe in right when he's pouring the concrete, and then they can do whatever they want on
okay.
the type of standard they want, I would think.
So pipe to be installed by Public Works.
Yeah. I got guys that do that.
In between snowstorms.
Yeah.
Questions for Brett?
I move that we approve the bid for the concrete pad at the Croydon Park to Ernie Durant the funding to come from Community Parks impact fees.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Fackrell and a second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Brett, you're next again.
Yeah, this is more of a presentation, and I put this together just to kind of show the public and commissioners what we really have got in this county. We talk about fixing roads, and everybody wants every road to be perfect, and so do I. If you'll give me the money, just fund it, and we'll get it done. So it's a tough subject sometimes, but look at the money that we have got from federal grants on these bridges. Imagine if we wouldn't have done them, if we'd had some kind of a problem and a failure. So the number is really a big number when it comes to federal grants. If you read down through the list, we started back in 2018 when we replaced the Stoddard Bridge. This is a total price to put them in. This doesn't include UDOT's fee. So UDOT has about a 10% fee on managing the project, and they don't give that to me. So this is the numbers I have. But that's the match that we have put out on every project. So if you look at the total, the county brought in about a little over $16.5 million in federal grant and paid out 1.1 million, which I would say is a pretty good deal when it comes to grants, because you hear about grants and a lot of them are 50-50 or a lot higher percentage than that. So this is just more information for you and the public to kind of know what's gone on about some of these bridges. We know the projects, we remember them. I think we do remember the Croydon Bridge. Where's Mike? I don't know where Mike is.
Over and over again.
But we did get through it. The rest of the projects went pretty dang good, really. They come in close to budget or under budget. The Croydon Bridge, of course, didn't, but we had a lot of reasons for that, didn't we, commissioners?
Yeah, just to add on to that, even though our match is at $650, having the Wholesome cement plant there that employs a large amount of our residents, we see a lot of revenue that comes in because of that plant. They worked with us. It was hard for them also to get their work being done at the same time.
Yes.
This bridge had a couple railroad crossings. It was an absolute. I'm glad we got it done for what we did, the amount we did. I hate to say this. I think it could have been more.
Yeah.
We had
We're glad
railroad.
it wasn't
We had
worse than
railroad
it
on
was.
site 24/7.
The only thing you lost was 3 years off my life. That's all we lost. It's 3.
So that's like an average match of less than 7%.
That was your stroke. That was
That
part
was
of
the
your
start
stroke.
of it. Now we got back. But yeah, I mean, the percent is 6.7%, but you do have to add in a little bit of UDOT money because they do get paid for what they do on their end too, and I think it equals about 10%, but they don't ever give me that number. All they give me is what they pay out and what our percentage is. And that's the numbers.
The
I have
changes
here.
from that Croydon Bridge the contract states that the county's supposed to pay for 100% of any change orders on that project. So
That's what
UDOT,
was-
in public comment, I want to thank UDOT for stepping up and saying, we'll continue the match and we were not going to have you guys pay for 100% of the change orders. That was huge.
Yeah, so UDOT actually took $2 million of that out of Region 1 funds, which is, Region 1 is the northern, they have 4 regions. So we're in Region 1, Salt Lake and above us is in Region 2, and then you got Region 3 down by Provo, and then you got Region 4, of course, down by St. George, right? So they took some of their own funds out of there for our bridge. So I tell you what, UDOT really treated us good. They're great to work with. I have a great relationship with all of them. You just can't imagine what they went through with us to go through that. And you was in some of the meetings, some of you commissioners, and it went well, didn't it? It went well with UDOT there. And they knew this had to be done. I mean, they had a lot at stake too, because think about the supply of cement that the Wholesome supplies in this state. I mean, there's not a cement plant in every corner, so it's pretty important to have that open. And
Only 2 in the state.
what's that?
Only 2.
Only
in the
2.
state.
You're right. Anyway, this is just information on how much we really got. So just think about, $16.5 million that the county didn't have before 2018. So I say that's a great number. We're just about paid for. I think we only owe another 15 to 20,000. Believe it or not, we're not quite done with the Croydon Bridge. We're still doing some sealing. Yeah, we didn't hear that, did we? We've actually had to plant grass and willows on that island. So that just happened here last couple of weeks. So there's a few little things. We're really trying to get it finished up so we can have it done by December 31st. And Morgan Valley, Old Highway's the same way. It takes a while to get everything finished up. But 99.9% of them are done. So.
Question for you. On this, since the bridge is lower now, and if we have high water,
It's not any lower.
It's
okay,
6 inches higher, the underside.
Yeah.
Just 6 inches higher.
6 inches higher, but yet we can't go under it like they used to for the river. So
They never could go under. You got to look at it as a transportation bridge, not a
Right.
not a rafting bridge.
right, I'm aware of that. What I'm asking is there any plans for us to maybe create a trail from one point of the bridge, before the bridge, to the other side, and maybe get some quarter preservation or something to where we can get to where we don't have a legal matter in trespassing?
That's possible, but most of that is state right of way along that bridge.
Okay.
We actually, when Commissioner McConnell, he was chairman at that time. Remember us having to deal with just owning the property to put our own bridge on. You remember that process we had to go through? We actually had to purchase the property that the pylons sit on, so we didn't own it. So that's all we own. We don't own a right of way when it comes like the state. So that's possible, but I think if you're close to the river there, you're gonna have to deal with state. Now, when we head the other way, when we get 60 foot off the bridge, then it's county all the way on both sides this way. If you're going,
Okay.
if you're going east. So I'm sure it's possible, but just telling you that because of the obstacles you'll have, it's
So maybe
more
we'll-
of a state. It's
Yeah.
more of a state.
So we may want to
Okay.
do that within our other entities, or to maybe look into maybe trying to teach people to go out on the east side instead of the west side, or northeast versus southwest, and then that way it prevents some trespassing problems. Just as a thought for tourism.
If that's truly the case.
Yes, I know, if that's truly the case. I'm just bringing that up as a point of maybe future thoughts.
And then besides that, you've got those numbers, which I think are great. Jared, you asked me a lot about this, about the amount of miles that we have to plow and maintain. Right now, the county's at 93.47. I updated this with UDOT, and this is how we get our taxes off our B and C roads, and I update this every year. We added 2.05 to our inventory, so I'll give you an idea what we get in money. It's about 850,000 last year. Could be close to the same this year, and it calculates to about 8,600 a mile. So let's take Rome. Everybody know where the new Rome subdivision is? That's a little less than a mile. So I get less than 8,600 to plow it, to repair it. It's brand new, but to plow it in the future, to repair it, to chip it, to maintain it. So you can see that's not a lot of money if you just take that subdivision. But when we accept this road, which we haven't yet because we haven't they haven't built out, and we haven't put a treatment on the road to make it a perfect road again. So when we accept this road, when that subdivision's built, then they have to improve the road again to make it a perfect surface. So they'll have to chip it or put a slurry seal or something, make sure there's no problems, no cracks. The curb and gutter's in perfect shape, let's say. So we're collecting funds on that road, so it does add up. So let's say I don't have to do anything on that road. In an average of 7 years, I'll have to chip it. I don't think I can chip it for 87 or 8,600, but if you add that up, it's going to get a little closer. I still don't think I can chip it for 50,000, let's say. Probably going to cost more than that. And so you can see the challenge when B&C Roads and funding this. So that's why the grants are so important. And we have some of that new 0.25% sales tax that's starting to come, then that should help on some of these challenges that we have. And give you an idea, so you know the mileage of road we have to plow. So double that plus cul-de-sacs when we plowed this morning, right? 93 miles times 2 plus cul-de-sacs. So when I came here in 2018, we had 36 number 1 roads, and I call a number 1 road a road that needs some serious repair. We need to pave it. Can't chip it and save it. We need to pave it. We're down to 7. So besides all this, I think we've done pretty good on paving roads and taking care of them. I'd like to get to a point where we might have a number 1 road come up where we got to pave it, but where we could chip them and keep up on that every 5 to 7 years, and that's going to save the county money down the road. And not as much paving as we've done, but just give you an idea. And this is a list that I have. I have an inventory of roads, and I categorize them 1 to 4. 4 being a high priority. 1 being a high priority road, and 4 being a road that's in really good shape. And so as they get aged, then we move that number to 3 to 2 to 1. 1 being a road we need to put a new surface on. We need to pave it. 2 being one we can chip it, maybe save it, maybe crack seal it, chip it. 3 being it needs a chip seal to keep it in great shape, and 4 being a road that's already in great shape. So just give you an idea on some numbers in Public Works. Any questions?
Thanks.
Just thank you.
I do have a question.
A lot of work.
Are we going to be plowing all the way up to the dam this year at Lost Creek?
Well, we really haven't had another conversation last year. If you want me to bring that up now, right here, and we can talk about it. So
That's up to you guys. I'm just asking the question.
I wasn't planning on it. I plan on going to the bus stop. And the reason for that, on every road, if a resident lives there, we plow to it. If the bus stop goes there, or if the bus goes there and goes to a bus stop or to a house and turn around, we plow. It's my feeling that the parks, the state park can plow from the bus stop on up, and they did that last year. It's the first time they've done that. We did change that. Nobody's called me to ask me if I'm going to do it. That's the first question I've got. But right now, I'm planning on going to the bus stop, which is just above the old Rust home. Colton Smith lives there. I don't know if you know the names up there. You go past Randy Pence's place, and then the next place is a guy named Colton Smith lives there, and there's a bus stop about a half mile above him, maybe not quite, maybe a quarter mile. We go up and plow to there and turn around and come back, and then the state plows from there on up to the reservoir, and they really didn't seem to mind that too bad. I met the guy up there quite a few times. The only problem they do have sometimes is they don't have a big a truck as we got, and so the road narrowed down a little bit, but they did keep it open. So
The reason why is we may want to consider looking or discussing with state parks because we used to have a contract. I don't know that we have a contract now. We used to get paid to do that, and we may want to look into whether or not they are going to continue to pay us or not.
that was the reason that we quit, is they used to pay us $60,000 a year.
Yeah.
And we kept that open. And we are collecting B&C funds on it, so that's a decision you guys can make. But in my opinion, they paid us the amount for a long time. We had records back, I think, Jared, 1967? They paid us an amount to keep that open, because what's the purpose of keeping that open besides a rancher is fishermen, right? So they have an interest to keep that open. Well, they changed management. They quit paying Public Works, I quit getting that amount of 60,000. So we had a meeting and decided, well, let's just plow to the bus stop because of that. So that's a commissioner decision on how we handle that. But if that's my opinion, because I'm the one that has the budget and I'm the one that sends a truck up there. So
So I would just like us to discuss that at a later date, whether or not it be with the state parks or amongst us, having it be in C roads, whether or not we should be doing it or not.
So you want me to put on for December 3, or
What's that?
do you want me to put it on the next
I
commission
don't care
meeting?
when. We just need to talk with state parks to determine that before we go and decide on anything. Until then, don't plow.
yeah, I'll do what you say.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thanks, Brett. Okay, Morgan County Board of Equalization.
Same. Need a motion to go out.
Okay. We need a motion to go out of commission meeting into Board of Equalization.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Fackrell, second from Commissioner McConnell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners. We have been brought to attention, the recorder and I, of a parcel. I don't know if we have a picture of it, but there is a parcel that has been there since 2015 is what I found. Is that what you found? 2015? That it was in the description, it says it doesn't have the less than the road. So I don't know if you can see that picture, but it is a triangle that is on Highway 66. And we are asking for the Board of Equalization to, basically we want to delete it. We want to get rid of that. So it would be a payment of $21.51 that we would be, for taxes that we would be forgiving. The value is $2,400 in market value, so.
Can you give a little background of how that went down?
How it started?
Yeah.
So we just got, you can come in if you want to. We just had one of the taxpayers come and she said, this isn't even my property. I don't know why I'm still paying on it. And it was in the Charles Kiplins and Son. And so I guess Brenda can probably explain more of like the metes and bounds of what happened.
In 1980, there was a quiet title done through the courts that was awarded to Charles Kippen and Sons, and the legal description said, "Accept the state road." Well, platting it on the Mylar and that, we had no way of knowing the state road because it's not described in that area where the state road is. They started splitting the property out, and that left that leftover piece in 2015. Person come in and saying they don't feel they owned it, pulling it up on the JS website. It shows that it lies in the state road, and so that's why we're asking to have it forgiven.
So per legal description, it should be an exempt property.
Right, because it was accepted originally, but we had no way of knowing where that state road was at that time when it was set up in 1980.
Excellent. Thanks.
So in other words, if we approve this, it would go on the Mylar or wherever, it would basically disappear.
And it would become as, non-assessed.
Well, because it's in the middle of the road.
Exactly. So
And it goes up to the
with
fence
that,
with it.
yeah, what we want to do is just on this. That's what Brenda's saying. So in 2016, the assessor was assessing it because it was a parcel. It is actually for like 0.48. So it was being assessed as secondary land, minimal value basically, but it was not assessed.
So will that be owned then by the state of Utah, or will that be owned by her still as an exempt, or will it just disappear?
Disappear.
Okay.
It
that's
would,
what I was-
like we would just basically delete it, right?
Okay.
It would just be deleted, and then going forward, so in 24, we would delete it, and then
Okay.
basically go for 25 on it would be gone.
All right. And so what we're requesting then is for 3 years back taxes on this, because she's paid that for 3 years now.
I think we're just going forward. I think we would just, basically for 24, we would just open up the board and we would clean it up for 24. There hasn't been a request to go back the 3 years.
Okay. Okay.
What's the resolution number?
That where we found we had some duplicates, so best guess would. Oh, that's right, it would be
It's
BOE,
right there.
02 BOE, yeah.
02 BOE is right on it.
Yeah, the CR
Oh,
24.
there it is. It's
02
it's on the
BOE.
agenda, just not on the resolution.
I put it on the agenda, not the packet.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution CR 24-02-BOE to abate erroneously assessed taxes on parcel 00-0084-0440 for the 2024 tax year.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right,
Any
thank
opposed?
you. And I will just do it as an assessor adjustment, so we'll get it all taken care of tomorrow probably.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thank you.
Motion was unanimous.
I move that we go out of the Board of Equalization.
Second.
We have a motion by
Sorry, I wanted to
Commissioner
get done quicker.
Fackrell and a second by Commissioner McConnell. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are going to take a 2-minute, 7:15 break, and we'll be right back.
They still control their own destiny. So.
Postpone, yeah.
They should have. Well, they should have won the Kansas game. Too many missed opportunities. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Action item number 8 is not here tonight. Can I have a motion to postpone or table or reschedule?
Sure. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just said I move that we postpone item number 8 till a later date.
Second.
Have a motion from Commissioner Fackrell and a second from Commissioner McConnell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Honorable Corey Stark.
So the Wasatch Peaks Resort, our contract is coming up with them at the end of this month, and they want to renew it again. Same stipulations, other than doing 5 days a week, they want to do 3 days a week at the same price. So we got the same contract, and instead of being 6 months, they want to do 8 months this time.
So it comes out the same.
Yeah.
Basically.
Is everything from what's been done in the past, everything gone well?
Everything's been going perfect. They live us up there, and my guys like the overtime, so.
That's good.
So, just the only comment I'll make is it is noticed as an interlocal agreement. It's technically just a contract because they're not an entity for, but this is with the LLC rather than the district. So I don't think it changes what we're doing, but just for the public, it's not an interlocal. It's just a contract renewal,
So
like what we've done before.
So since it's a PID, private infrastructure district or a private utility district, so then why wouldn't it be an interlocal?
Just because if you look on the first
with the
page,
club.
it says that it's
okay.
the Wasatch Peaks Ranch Club LLC, and so it's the contract is with the club, not with a district or the PID.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion that we approve the special services agreement between Morgan County and Wasatch Peaks Ranch Club LLC.
Second.
Have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
You waited here for 3 hours for that, right?
Mr. Josh, you're up. Action item, oh, Jeremy's gonna do it. Okay.
And thank you for the practice, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the commission. Action item F10 is the Mountain Green and Peterson area plans. Commissioners, my presentation will be brief as I'll be going through the time that this has been discussed in this room. The origin of the Peterson area, Mountain Green and Peterson area plans was a presentation to the Planning Commission around this time last year. I believe there's one to this body as well, which generated interest in a public hearing for the receipt of public input only. That was held on March 14, 2024. Comments were made by the public, several comments, and the commission the Planning Commission discussed at that meeting and determined that they wanted to go through the entirety of the Mountain Green and Peterson area plans respectively, both being very similar documents in format, but wanted to give them attention. That led into no less than 4 work sessions on April 25, June 13, September 12, and October 17 to go through the entirety of the text for both documents, to have generated changes that the commission wishes to make to the documents. The motion was made by the Planning Commission at their meeting on November 14 to recommend to this body for the adoption of the Mountain Green and Peterson area plans. That vote was 4 yeas and 0 nays, being unanimous to recommend approval to this body. The difficulty being that there is no finalization of a new general plan to attach these area plans to, and as such, no review of such a document has been done by staff. Mr. Vice Chair, I yield the rest of my time to the Planning Commission Chair, Debbie Sessions, to talk a little bit more about the discussions that were had amongst the commission members and the adoption of some of the public comments. Thank you.
Evening, Debbie.
Good evening. My understanding is you received an email, or not?
Yeah.
You received the email with the changes that we made. Do you have any have you had a chance to look them over, or do you have any questions?
That one we received at like 10:30 this morning, I think.
Yeah,
about that.
'cause they just-
I didn't get time
We
to
just-
look it over.
Okay.
I listened to your planning session, so.
A lot of them are just some few minor things. The major changes were that we changed the recommended lot sizes for the different areas. For example, Mount Residential, we increased the size to a minimum of ½ acre. So we made them just larger lots. The Planning Commission was more comfortable with that. And the River Residential, we also increased to 5 acres or greater. I think he had ½ acre lots down in River Residential, but we just made bigger lots there, both in Mountain Green and Peterson. The main change in Peterson, Kent Wilkerson presented before us on behalf of the Whittier family, and they wanted to increase the village area basically from Morgan Valley Drive and to encompass the Bar W Lodge. It was stopping short of the Bar W Lodge, which really didn't make any sense, so they wanted the increase go up to Bar W Lodge, which is basically Weaver Basin Canal. So we agreed with that. That was part of.
So is that on both sides of the road that goes up to Wasatch Peaks, or just?
Yeah, it's kind of a bubble. Yeah, it's just a very generalized bubble, but it was just extended further west.
Okay.
And then with that, they wanted the flex neighborhood zone to kind of follow the same thing and include all of the Whittier property there below the canal. And that was also recommended as a change. And then Josh also brought up there were some maps that showed where future parks or future trails would be, and they were identified specifically, showed with a dotted line or like a star for a park. And he felt more comfortable that it would just be more generalized, maybe with a generalized statement, you know, recommending the parks and trails, rather than to identify that, yes, a trail's going to go through this property. In difference to the landowners, they may not want to see that trail going through. So he suggested more of a bubble effect that, yeah, for example, a river trail will follow the river, along the river is recommended, but not necessarily show on the map the dotted line where the trail will go or where the parks will be placed.
So, were we able to update the actual plan document to incorporate these changes, or is this just the
Here, you can
consultant had it and we're like doing an addenda to be attached to it to reflect these changes?
There was some initial difficulty with the file types that were given to us from the consultant that was hired to draft those documents. We weren't sure if we'd be able to edit those. We've discovered that actually county staff IT has the ability to make those changes. And so we would just need time to make those changes, mainly strike through of several images, both depicting some of the scenery around the area and the maps as previously discussed, with some simple edits to the text.
We can do the text, and I have emailed.
To modify that last statement with one caveat, the images in the text or in the body of the document are JPEGs, which means we cannot modify. We can delete them or take our own and put those in. But any of the maps, we're going to need the shape files from the consultant. So we're trying to get those out.
And I did email the consultant to see if he had the DWG to foreign language to me and shapefile for those maps.
So Debbie, have you contacted Lance?
Yeah, I emailed
That's the
him.
one you, okay. I was gonna say, because he should be able to do that for us, since he's a resident of this county. He ought to be able to do that.
Right, I emailed to see if he had those maps in the proper format that would be editable.
Yeah, okay.
And he hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Yeah, just because he lives in the county doesn't mean he has access to those files. The company that created the maps where he worked for
He's not there anymore.
is probably the holder of those files, so we might have to go through them.
Okay, that's fine, whatever.
For
I
example,
just-
some of the changes to the pictures, the old Peterson Church, Morgan Valley Christian Church in Peterson, was listed as a church and it's no longer a church, so we made that edit to remove that. like
One
I
of
said-
the other edits was to the area that's currently zoned light manufacturing. The plan showed a lot of that area as mountain residential.
in Browning, and we moved to do the whole parcel of Browning as business park designation. And that's
All
mainly
of
it.
Browning Park property is a commercial?
As- Right, currently it is.
It's all currently zoned light manufacturing. I don't see a property owner, if in the future they ever buy it, rezoning it to residential. The value for manufacturing is higher.
No, I understand that.
So those were the changes. Oh, and we had the boundary description for Peterson. We made a recommendation to edit that. Brent Bowman came and recommended a change. It included the property on the west side of the Weber River, and did mention it crossing over, and he gave a more definitive definition of the crossover onto the Mountain Green side. Basically, his ranch has historically been part of Peterson, so we changed that, the boundary designation there.
So are we looking for a motion to approve this with these additional recommendations and changes? And then you guys will make the changes before the publication? Or are you wanting us to approve the changes, you'll make them, and then come back and we approve the plan?
No, the recommendation or the approval from this body would be the approval of the documents, and then we would go and make the changes as requested. It's just going to take time. And my understanding is the commission had wanted this in front of them to make a decision before the end of the year, and the two meetings we had, the 2 meetings in December, seemed like they were going to be a little bit heavier. So I tried to get here as quickly as I could.
question for Debbie or for Josh. The mountain residential, and I was trying to figure that out last night, mountain residential. On the part where Browning is, maybe I'm in the wrong area, but the area above Browning and to the northeast of Browning has been put in a conservation easement. Or is being put in a conservation easement right now. So, yeah, it's just, is that Sulphur Creek residential? Or not residential, but Sulphur Creek, or Sulphur something ranch. Do you know the name of it?
That wouldn't necessarily affect the general plan documents.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it's not included there as a residential area when it shouldn't be a residential area. It's going to be a conservation easement.
But if they put a conservation easement on it, then even if we were to zone it multifamily residential, it would be subject to the terms of the conservation easement.
I just didn't know how it worked. Okay.
Josh, if we were to able to obtain the CAD drawings, can you guys manipulate that? Do you have AutoCAD, or how would you do that?
GIS can import AutoCAD files. The only downside to importing AutoCAD into GIS is it loses its projection, and so you have to kind of fiddle with it to get it to project correctly, but it can be done. If it's shape files, we have access to GIS right now, so we would just import them in, make the changes to the maps, and then create the new map.
I thought in CAD you could export as a shapefile also. No?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I've used CAD. I have more experience with GIS. I would imagine there's some interchangeability.
Okay, I just texted the owner and he said yes, so
Cool.
I'll
Awesome.
work on that and I'll get in touch with you.
Thank you for that.
I'll make a
Okay.
motion that we go into public hearing on this item.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Packrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're now in public hearing. Tina?
Did y'all watch the public hearing at the other one? That would save me some time.
I did.
The only thing I didn't hear discussed, and I'm sorry, I have to pull up my notes. You talked about the various changes that they made, and I had the pages, but on page 68, and there was another page.
Is this
54 and page 68 of the Mountain Green area plan. Talks about transfer of density and transfer of development rights, TDRs. And you don't have that tool right now. We avoided it. And it's a tool that I personally don't like, because what happens is, you take a property that has the ability to, Robert knows this, Commissioner McConnell knows this. You take property over here that has the ability to be developed, but they don't want to develop it. And this property over here wants more development, so they can transfer the development rights off of this property onto this property. And then this property will no longer be developable because the rights are here now, and it expands this property's rights. What I hear in discussions here in meetings, and I've heard it recently, is let's do that, and most people want to transfer the development rights from Croydon and Milton and the areas that don't want any growth to Mountain Green, where we already have all of the growth. And I don't think that's appropriate. There probably is an appropriate place for a TDR, but without having that tool already in your development tools and specifically defined how it's to be used, I don't think you should have that in your area plan. It gives people the idea that you have that tool for them to use. That makes sense? Yeah.
So you're talking transferring clear from Croydon to,
That's what people think you can do, and I don't think you should be able to. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into conversation.
No, it's fine.
do we have any other public input?
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Have a motion by Commissioner McConnell and a second by Packrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So we're now back in commission meeting.
Transfer of development rights is a planning tool that can be used to focus development in certain areas. The one place I've worked that implemented something to allow that was Winchester Clark County in Kentucky. The city and the county had a joint planning department, planning commission, and the city and the county worked jointly together. When they developed their transfer of development rights, there were areas of prime agriculture, and then they ranked the level of agriculture on the properties to develop how they would divide up. Those areas of prime agriculture received the higher multiplier. So if your property was prime agriculture, in order to preserve it, you could sell the development potential on your property there at a multiplier of up to 4 times, and then they could take that density bonus and develop in the city or near the city through annexation. I don't see it working here, but that's just me.
And, I mean, it's a complicated process because you have to identify sending zones and receiving zones, and we don't have it. I think that given that we don't have the tool in our code, I don't see a reason to include it in the planning.
Second. Well, I probably ought to just make a comment to it, but I've also seen where it's very, very hard to make these work and to track them, and what was done years ago, and it's a difficult process from what I've seen also.
One of the things with transfer development rights, though, even though you may transfer those rights, until somebody buys those rights, it's really not. I mean, it just basically allows somebody to stay in agriculture if possible. I saw it happen in Colville, that Wanship area, and I don't know where their development rights went. Maybe it was up to Promontory. I don't know.
I mean, I think that if the county wanted forward with something like that, then you could have the independent discussion and adopt your zones and work through that whole process. And the fact that it's not in the general plan doesn't prevent you from doing it. So referencing it without that in place could be confusing. So.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Okay.
So are you saying we make a motion with it to
Yeah, so I'd make a motion that we approve the adoption of the Mountain Green and Peterson area plans with the additional recommendations that these plans be incorporated as dedicated chapters in a future county general plan, with the recommendations of the Planning Commission and the further recommendation that references to TDRs be eliminated.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, are we Jeremy or Josh?
Thank you. Action item F11 is in regards to the Household Pets Code text amendment. This is a directive that came before, or from the Planning Commission to staff on October 17 to amend the text of the Morgan County Code to clarify the definitions between household pets and kennel to hopefully accomplish a further distinction between those two definitions. As staff has processed applications for people wishing to have more than 2 pets, that's kicked in the definition of kennel, which has required or found necessitated staff to collect conditional use permit applications and conduct those reviews for additional regulatory requirements. The Planning Commission, finding that process to be cumbersome, which again directed staff to look at the definitions, which I'd like to share with you now. The text being bolded and capped from the original definition. I will, from the household pets definition in 155.008 of the county code, the first edit is to the word pets, to strike that through and replace with animals, and then to make a strike through at the end to then include the language, which I will read. Household pets cannot create a disturbance to the residents in the particular locality by creating any noise, odor, or damage to the adjacent property. Property owners found in violation to this section shall not be subject to 155.999. Staff made a suggestion to edit the text even further to the Planning Commission, and there was discussion around those edits. The first edit being to the word any. So for context, by creating any noise, we suggested by creating excessive noise. The next being to the code section right at the end of the household pets definition, to add in an additional section, that being 155.354B. That is the enforcement section from a code text amendment from last year for the family food production amendment. And so the enforcement arm coming from the normal code enforcement, also coming from an enforcement section pertaining to animals specifically. Furthermore, the definition for kennel only has a small edit to the word keeping to add clarifying language for a fee. Those being the edits discussed discussed in the Planning Commission meeting and as drafted by staff with some suggestions for edits, comprising the Household Pets Code text amendment coming before this body. The Planning Commission heard this request for an amendment on November 14th with a public comment referencing that the county doesn't have an unlimited amount of animals. The staff clarified that normal enforcement methods, in addition animal control if needed, could take care of such a thing. The vote from the Planning Commission was unanimous 4-0, 4 being yay, to recommend approval to this body. The discussion from the Planning Commission being around whether it was necessary to have the language keeping for a fee when the word boarding already existed in there. Staff recommended that there's enough of a difference to keep both in the language of the suggested text. Otherwise, again, staff has conducted a review and recommends approval as well, and we're happy to answer questions. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. Jeremy, you mentioned that they had recommended replacing the word any with excessive.
That suggested came from staff and was discussed by the Planning Commission, and they included they included that change in their motion to approve as well, or recommend approval.
So our motion though is to approve it as set forth in Exhibit A, and Exhibit A still has any noise.
The only reason for that is just the speed at which this item came on this agenda, with not having time to provide the summary from the Planning Commission.
And is that the only text change?
The two being changing the word any to excessive, and then the other being to include an additional code section right at the end. There is a draft copy of the ordinance in our files. That one has the edited text. I'd be happy to pull that up.
It would be helpful. Because I've got some questions on it too, because you've got animals, because you're going to change that all the pets, but on this one it says pets again, and it goes through pets instead of having animals. And then I have another And see where it says household pets cannot create a disturbance? How come that does not say household animals? If you're changing the name up above where it says common household pets to common household animals, why is not the rest of it saying animals versus pets? Okay, I'm just asking that because I went through and listened to that and it was.
Well, it's true in the actual definition, because it says household pets. Animals are fowl. So I guess if that's the defined term, so the defined term is household pets. And that means any animal or fowl ordinarily permitted in the house and kept for company or pleasure, such as dogs, cats, and other common household animals, but not any animals which are likely. So then the next sentence starts household pets, which is using the defined term. So I actually would leave it.
Okay, all right. As long as that's how you understand it. And I'm okay with it either way. I just didn't want us to be, 1 minute we're changing it from pets to animals, and then we go to the rest and put everything pets back in. And I just thought that was a little weird. I know in the discussion in the planning commission, you were talking about excessive noise. If you were to take out even excessive noise and just put noise, which means it's up to definition of the person that's complaining, I mean, there's people that come to my house. If you came to my house, my dogs would be excessively being noisy to you to prevent you from coming onto the place. So somebody could complain about that as an excessive noise. So I'm just kind of curious where does it break down at?
Well, can I add to that, Commissioner Facco, because that's the comment that I had, and I'm not an English major either. Because I guess the way I'm understanding it in my head is if you have an animal on your property, it's going to create noise, and there definitely could be some odors. So that's going to happen with probably, I don't know, it could happen. So, but when you say excessive, then you're going above and beyond what might be typical. So is it excessive noise, excessive odor, or is the word excessive implicating both noise and odor? Because then we follow up with or, so that's separate from the excessive. So is this excessive noise? I don't know. I like the thought process though, because you want it to be above what would be typical.
Yeah. And that's why I was just thinking locality by creating noise, odor, or damage to the adjacent property. Leave it as is. I don't know.
Well, but without excessive, that would be like any noise.
Any
so-
noise you could come
If it's a
up.
nuisance, and that falls under the nuisance law, if it's a nuisance and it happens every day, then what happens? And I mean, Gary, you can answer that.
Well, I think if it's a nuisance and it happens every day, that's excessive.
I
Could
would
be.
if you come into my house.
So there's state nuisance law and even criminal nuisance law. I think what this is doing is creating a nuisance within our code that can be handled through through the land use portion of our code as well. That being said, there may be, criminal nuisance or state nuisance that's going on as well, and then it just gives maybe one more option for the zoning administrator to do some enforcement action through code enforcement rather than going the criminal route. And so I think that it's okay to leave it here, but I like what Commissioner Anderson was saying, because I was just having a discussion with Kate about a new bill, and it doesn't indicate each one in the or, and so it is confusing. And so I think if you did say excessive noise, excessive odor, or excessive damage, and then to answer Commissioner Fackrell's question from earlier, it's not anyone coming to your house. This is specific to an adjacent property. And so I think that it's much more limited. If someone's coming to your house and your dogs are barking, they don't have a claim of like, well, hey, maybe they were trespassing at your house and your dogs are barking. And so they don't have a claim against you that way. It's just if you are holding your animals and it's constantly providing excessive noise, excessive odor, or excessive damage to an adjacent property, that's when this one would come in.
I would make that change to an adjacent property, not the adjacent property. 'cause there's more than one
Yes,
adjacent
yeah.
property in this context. Okay, I'll make a motion that we open the public hearing on this item before I forget.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Anderson to open our public meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Public hearing, sorry.
Sorry.
Tina, will you come forward, please?
Me again. So, I do have a problem with having an unlimited number of animals or pets. And this doesn't really talk about size of property. It's any property, so you could be in a townhome and this was pointed out to me after the last meeting, but it could be a townhome and it could be an apartment, it could be a half acre, it could be a third acre, it could be 5 acres, it could be 10 acres. I have a problem with there not being a limit. I know why the limit was set before, because we had an application that came before us. But my issue now is with not having a limit and subject to 155999 and whatever that other one is, because it's not included in your packet or in the Planning Commission's packet, so I couldn't read it. But in 15999, it's subject, so I make a complaint, I have to make a complaint, and I have to give my name when I make the complaint, because it has to be the adjacent property owner. I don't know which office is going to follow up on it, if it's the animal control, if it's the planning, the sheriff's office, or what. But they follow up on it, and they find that it's excessive noise, whatever. They're subject to up to a $750 fine, where they could come in now and get a kennel permit and have more than 2 animals, but they have to kennel them, and that permit costs $250. So, and I don't know what the other section that he said, what it says at all, because I couldn't read it. But it's making it more of a penalty to have more than 2 dogs than what it is currently. Because currently they could come in, and this happened. You had an applicant who had 3 dogs, and she came into license and found out she needed a kennel permit, and she got the kennel permit. That permit cost her $250. So I'm not sure, is it a criminal penalty? Is it a civil penalty? What is the monetary? I just know that it can be problematic between neighbors. I have a neighbor who has 5 dogs, and they're constantly on my property. We have covenants that say no fences, and they are enforceable, so I don't have a fence to keep them off. And I don't complain because I don't want to have a feud with my neighbor, but I can see it can be problematic, especially when you're in a smaller, if you're in an apartment or a townhome situation. Just something for you to think about. And I'm sorry if I exceeded the 3 minutes. Thank you.
I'll make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
So kennels are only allowed in RR5, RR10, and larger lots. So RR1, they're not permitted. R120, kennels are not permitted. This change would allow people to have more than 2 dogs and 5 cats or whatever. So it helps everybody in the county.
What's the additional code reference to?
155.354B is the nuisance section of our code related to farm animal nuisances, family food production. I can't read that.
354.
It's a little small for me.
Okay.
Would this be applicable
Clean and sanitary.
since it's not in the definition of household pets?
If you cite a section specific to nuisances 4, I would say that you're calling it and making it applicable to that situation.
As a prosecutor, maybe can I share my thoughts as a prosecutor? So the city, for example, they only allow 2 dogs anywhere in the city, they can't get a kennel because they don't have a code for a kennel to do it as a conditional use. Recently had a case where there were 3 dogs, and one of them was pretty big. The owner was unable to sequester all 3 at the same time when the door opened, and it goes out and it kills just a smaller dog. I've seen a lot of dog bite cases. The ones that are the saddest are the kids that get bit in the face, of course, because it's just, something they'll have the rest of their life. So I think some restriction may be a good thing and allowing that conditional use permit, depending on, well, what's the use? How do we reasonably mitigate, or how do we, mitigate reasonably anticipated detrimental effects? So that's just from a prosecutor's standpoint of, once again, I guess under the way that it's written, if it was designated as a dangerous animal, but you don't know that designation until after they've bit someone. And the more that you have, the harder it is to control, as it was with this other case that I just recently have been dealing with. As to enforcement, to answer Tina's question, it's any of the above. She said, who's going to show up? Is it going to be animal control? Is it going to be someone from Josh's office? It could be everyone that shows up. This would just give an opportunity to do it through zoning enforcement rather than through a criminal process, which I guess would kind of cut against the ability to move something forward, or it would just require coordination because you can only do one or the other, or one of the 4. So under the 155999, you can do a criminal, you can move it forward with a criminal penalty, a civil penalty. There's third-party enforcement, so that would be a neighbor that could try to enforce it under this code, or a fix-it ticket from the building inspector or the So I don't know. I mean, it is maybe a little more complicated than just a simple fix, or at least there's more things to think of on taking away something that's definitive. I don't know how far that could go, and then maybe we just handle it through a nuisance or through a leash law or dog bite or whatever it is. But those are some things that I would throw in there, what I've dealt with.
The other issue with the enforcement is people aren't coming in and asking us how many pets they can have typically. I don't know how the lady that came in for her conditional use permit to get her kennel license found out about it. But she came in. The only reason she was able to qualify was because her property had split zone property, RR1 and A20. So I think enforcing the number of dogs and cats would be difficult for my office to do. I think the nuisance is probably the best way to go. Civil penalty isn't $790 total. It's $100 a day for each offense, for every day the offenses continue. So if there's one offense and it continues for a year, that's $36,500. So it would be in their best interest to fix that sooner rather than later, because it's more than $790.
Well, and if you had a dog that had a litter of puppies, you would exceed the 2. Likely.
There is the exception in the code, I think, because it's saying you're keeping them.
Yeah,
And
there's
it in the definition, Jeremy, if you go back.
for kennel.
Older than 4
Oh,
months.
and that's just for kennel.
Yeah, just for kennel.
The older than 4 months are kept for the purpose.
And to follow along with that, where it says holding for adoption, but they're not doing it for a fee. Because I do know people that work with a best friends or something like that society, that they will hold up to 4 dogs at a time and they're not doing it except for the love of the animals. So are we gonna force them to get a kennel license when it's an inside dog?
Technically, they should get a kennel license right now under our current code if they have the zoning that allows it.
But they wouldn't be required to for a fee if they're doing it for free, because that would fall outside the definition of kennel.
That's why I didn't know if that for a fee meant for all those others, breeding, buying, grooming, holding for adoption.
One of the reasons that we've been requiring these people to come in and get their CUPs is because it just says keeping. So if you're keeping three dogs or 5 cats or whatever, then it requires you to get a kennel license, even if they're just household pets. And we've had 2 or 3 of those come through in my 2.5 years here. So,
And if they don't qualify, then what do you do?
good question. Do we?
I mean, I think the big thing with all of this, from what I gathered, is you're trying to make it to where you have less punitive
Government?
things like this to do, to where you can go to work on some of the other things you need to do.
Yeah.
And this is I mean, if it's on the books, of course, then the sheriff can go out and take care of it, stop at my house on the way up or something.
But it's also, I mean, it's a legitimate concern to have an unlimited number of dogs and
Well,
cats
yeah, I agree.
in your neighbor's home or backyard or whatever it may be. It's, I mean,
agree.
I think it kind of depends on zoning. Like if you're
sure.
in a rural, you're kind of expected to have more, and maybe the limits are limitless. But in where you're in a neighborhood and you've got, I don't know.
Yeah, or as was mentioned, a townhome or something like that. I mean, the likelihood that you will have a problem under the standard goes up the more animals you have. I mean, dogs in a pack tend to be louder than an isolated dog, and if you're not very careful about maintaining your property or your home, the odor's going to catch up with you. So,
Well, you could add those limiters in there and do greater than 1 acre and greater. You can have X number or whatever, and less than 1 acre.
So, if you're doing dogs for hunting or for dog sledding or something like that, they would require a kennel license. Is that correct? When
if
it's
you're
not for
if you're
profit.
breeding them, buying, grooming, holding for adoption, letting for hire, training for profit or selling, and you've got more than 2, then yeah, that's a
More
kennel.
than 3, you mean, on this
No,
new?
3 or more, so it's more than 2. It's the same thing. Sorry.
Yeah, because you got to have at least 4 dogs or 5 dogs for a dog sledding team.
Well, that's where the enforcement comes in, because it sounds like you guys know places where people are doing this already, and we have no clue about it.
But if I'm living in a townhome, I don't expect my
That's
neighbor to be
true.
raising a
But we're-
bobsled team.
But I mean,
Dog sled team.
But if
In the-
I'm in an RR1 zone, and there are people in a RR1 zone that have R1 zone, they have a dog sledding group, and they do use it for profit. They should get a kennel license. Is that correct?
Yeah, but currently you can't get a kennel. You can't get a kennel license.
Right, that's
if-
what I'm wondering. So, does the law need to be changed to account for that, or not?
No, because if they're doing everything that meets the definition of a kennel, then they need a kennel license. They don't fall into the household pets anymore. And so they would have to get a kennel license.
But if you don't allow it in an R1 zone,
then you got to stop the use,
So-
or you're going to get a code enforcement letter
So,
and start paying fines.
So in other words, what we need to do is we need to look at it a little further and say, okay, do we need to change that R1 zone, R1, to allow for dog sledding for groups like that? Because I know people that are in an R1 zone right now, my neighbors, that have mountain dogs that are not on agricultural land. Sure, they're on agricultural land, but it's an R1 zone.
Is
And-
it split
and
zone
so-
property?
What's that?
Is it split zone?
No.
We
And
can look
so-
it up if you want. But
So what I'm saying, because his whole property is R1, but I know he does it for mountain lion hunting.
well, according to the code, that's a kennel. And
I'm not turning him in, so.
Not saying you need to.
So I'm just saying that, I mean, the code, if that's the case, we need to look at the full code as to what we're doing. Otherwise, we're becoming.
Are you wanting to rewrite the whole code? Yes, it
No.
needs to be done.
Yes, it does need to be done. If we're correct in this one, correct. a little bit more.
So, I think there's two ways to move forward. I think there would be helpful to have some clarification of the number of animals, but I can't just, I think that there is a difference between the zoning districts. I mean, if I have 60 acres of agricultural land and I have 4 dogs and 2 horses and my wife has a cat and we happen to have a fish and a bird, I don't think that that's a problem. But so we can either come up with a generalized statement that ties back to a reasonableness standard for the applicable zone, and then, or we're going to have to break it down and specify numbers for given zones. Or the third option is to move forward as it is, and then believe that if, I mean, frankly, if somebody had 4 cats in the townhome next door, but they were well cared for and I never saw them and never heard them and it was never a problem, then there's never an enforcement action and they never get to the excessive noise, excessive odor, or excessive damage standard.
You can.
No, you can't.
No, it limits
says
it to
5 or more.
5.
Limited to 5.
So, and maybe that is a better standard, just how it is, because the excessiveness, like one dog could be creating excessive noise.
Sure.
And
But
3
one dog
dogs
can
may
create
not.
an excessive odor if you don't
Right.
keep up with them.
And so maybe the excessiveness is that reasonableness standard. And I think excessive noise on a R5 is going to be much different than excessive noise on a R120. And so maybe it's built in.
Yeah,
to
what
it.
that falls to is the zoning administrator who's charged with administering our code
Right.
receives the complaint and then evaluates it under the circumstances and says, I think it's excessive. They either like it or dislike it, and there's an appeal, and then you're defending it. But so.
I mean, anything with animals is tricky. People love their animals. So I would imagine the appeals would be forthcoming, but
Well, we looked at 6 different codes when we came up with this language, and I think there were only 2 of them that specified a specific amount. Do you remember which ones those were? One was Washington County, and it said not exceeding 5 in total number, and that's if in a zone where the lot size is 1 acre or less. North Salt Lake was limited to no more than 2 miniature pot-bellied pigs. So they didn't limit cats or dogs, but they limited the pigs.
And all they're going to do is smell it.
Those were the only 2 of the 6 that we looked at.
That had an
Sounds like we
actual
need to make a
limiter.
change.
And I'm sorry, I mentioned fish, but they're not animals, so I can probably have a whole aquarium.
Yeah.
Disposal's easier too.
All drains lead to the ocean.
Now, a question here also. In the above one, the upper part, there's no limit, but on a kennel there is a limit. So how are you going to get people to follow a kennel license if they fall within the upper one? I mean, they're contradictory, right?
No, they go together. So the household pets, you can
For
have as
fee?
many. However, if you're looking at things that for money, boarding, hiring, training, profit, selling, it falls into the kennel. So your friends on the RR1 who have more than 2 animals right now are required to come in for a kennel license. that's not going to change because they're doing it for profit.
No, they're doing it for fun. It's their hobby. They're, well, no, I guess not. They're training. They're training them.
Well, if they're training them for sale to others, then.
And they're not in the house, they're outside.
You're training them because you want them to be your hunting dogs,
Yeah.
and you can take them up and.
Then that doesn't count. If you're training them for your own dogs, for your own use.
Yeah, well, according to here,
It says training for
For-
profit or
for
selling.
profit,
So if they're
selling.
not being profitable or selling, then it wouldn't
Yeah.
count.
we've got a lot of people in the county that do dogs for mountain lions.
Again,
They should be fine.
that's why enforcing a number of household pets is.
Well, household pets is different than an outside pet. Splitting hairs.
Don't
yeah,
bring up
it's-
Big Dan and Little Ant. I've never recovered from the emotional scars of reading where a red fern grows.
But I do
I
think
just-
that this text amendment would address your neighbor's problem under the current code because as long as they're not using training for profit or selling, it wouldn't require a kennel, and they would be allowed to have the household pets as long as there's not excessive noise, excessive odor, or excessive damage to the adjacent to an. Jeremy, did you? Damage to change
An.
the to an adjacent property owner.
And if a complaint were to be filed without a name on the complaint and without a phone number, we could follow it up, and any grandma request would bring back an empty, so they wouldn't know. But the problem with it, and this is what I mentioned to the Planning Commission, most people want a follow-up call, and they put their name on the complaint form with their phone number, and they want us to call them back and give them updates on the code enforcement process.
Which means that they can put it on there if they want that kind of a follow-up.
Yeah. But if you don't, and you want to complain, don't put your name on there.
Anything else? If not, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve amendments to definitions for household pets in Kennel and Morgan County Code Section 155.008, based on the text listed in Exhibit A of the staff report dated November 19th, 2024, and based on the noted changes in our discussions.
So would it be Exhibit A or the exhibit that you showed us on the modified exhibit? Okay.
I'll second with the modified exhibit.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner McConnell. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, can we take a quick
did.
break?
You said aye?
And I
Okay.
just did it last.
Okay,
Could we take a quick break so I can take over the screen?
yeah.
It's better.
And then, is it okay if we go back to the budget discussion before we jump into mine?
Sure.
So that Leslie
You
can go
bet.
home? Okay. Let me pull up this packet. Okay.
Where did this come from? Is this one that's showing right here? Is that one that, because it's not in the packet?
What?
That one that was showing there just a minute ago for the ARPA monies? It says it's an email you received.
Oh, I just, yeah,
Oh,
that's,
you don't want to be front and center.
yeah. That's something different.
Okay, all right, so we're not looking at that then, right, this second?
Okay, so we're going back to the budget discussion. I did pull up, Jeremy sent me the AI transcripts. The conversation was had in the October 2nd meeting. Gotta find it. I just had it up. And then
I went and found my notes from October 2nd. My notes say 2% COLA plus merit increases.
because then
is
we
what my hand
discussed
notes
it
say.
if, because then Mike asked, wanted specified, sorry, that we were doing wage, COLA, and merit together right here, so that we weren't doing wage, then COLA, summed, then merit, summed. And then back here, he talked about 3 months. He didn't specifically say October. He said the last 3 months of the year. Here we go. And I had said I'm trying to think who would even be on that list, because at the time it was October 2nd. So
Okay, so go back where you were.
okay. Under merit. And that was way down here. And I'm happy to send this to you guys.
Hold it,
I'm just trying to get back to the one that you said. Because there's a lot of merits. Because we did talk about, so if you read the whole thing, and again, happy to send it to you, there was discussion about doing a 2% and then capping, or I'm sorry, doing a 1% COLA and then capping. Then there was conversation about a 3% COLA and no merit. And then there was a conversation about what was eventually determined, which was a 2%. So if they got 5, they get 5. If they get 3.5, they get 3.5. And then we identified that there were only like 3 or 4 people that were going to get a 5, which would cap it at 7.
I wish you could find that one, because it said exactly what I thought it said.
Okay. Are you talking about the one I had up a second ago? Because they were talking about, that was just an example of how we were going to calculate it, because I thought the same thing too. Well, then did we go
Okay.
backward?
Okay, I said, if you start with 3,
Oh, sorry. Sorry. This is Mike. You want me to go up? Which is this-
wherever I was.
Right there.
You start with 3, yeah, and then you start giving merits, you're up to 5 and 6 and 7.
Correct.
It's just like what Mike talked about, though we have a cap on it.
I hear you,
Okay.
but it continues.
So where merit increase is going to be capped at 2%, right?
And no one's gonna get above 5.
That's correct.
And then we're gonna do a 1%. And then merit increases at 3, so
Okay.
nobody's above 4. So
Okay.
then it kept going.
Okay, keep going. Robert swearing again in there.
I know.
I noticed that.
That's such a con-
I didn't think Robert ever swore.
That's why I'm getting out of this position. I want to go back to my old self.
They should get in trouble.
Okay, keep going.
I'm telling you, it keeps going. My favorite is one that says colon instead of cola.
Yeah, I saw that.
Or the other one that says cold.
Yeah.
Okay, just keep going.
Yep, there's like 5 more pages.
That's okay, Jeremy.
Can I make a comment
Yeah.
over here? I think it still goes back to the fact that you approved a merit program that allows for merits up to 5%.
Okay.
And if they met the evaluation program and they get that 5% and you give a 2% COLA, I don't see how you cannot do that.
It's called money.
I hear ya.
What I've seen in the past, some entities say no COLAs and merits. Some entities say no merits and just a COLA. So kind of,
But I don't think that was the way our merit program was set up.
well, if there's no money to give a merit, we can't give merits.
There's money. How much
Yeah.
money did we put
All
back
I'm
in the
saying is
non-departmental?
there is the ability to not give a merit. That's all I'm saying.
And I think, just, again, happy to keep scrolling. The whole thing was, we based this off exactly what you told us to do. We did it. You asked for more data, we gave it. You've asked for more data, we're giving, we didn't make up the October 1 date. We didn't make up the 2%. We didn't make up and so we're just trying to get the budget done, but like the conversation keeps changing. You want proof, we're giving you proof. I don't know what else.
That's all I want, is I just want to see what we ended up at.
And I'm happy to send it to you.
That's all, I just
So,
want to do what we agreed on. If we agreed on 2% plus, but I know we were
And
trying to
2.5.
keep it at about 5% this year.
Correct.
Because we've been given 7 and 8 and 10.
Correct. But then when we identified that we only had so many 4 and 5s, you guys said,
So,
and then you told us how to calculate it.
so I
That's how
just
we
am looking for that statement.
Okay.
That's all I'm
But
looking
we
for.
might be at about an average of 5 because there's only a few people that were at the 5.
Go
right?
back up and
There's 4.
4 people amongst the entire county staff.
100 and, what are we at, 138 on payroll?
And the others, either, the next step down would be the 3 or 3.5, is that what it is?
No, there was a 4. There's 4s.
There's some 4s.
There was some 2s.
I think there was one 4.5. There were 2s. But we determined that 3% was like, you are meeting the requirements of your job. You're not underperforming, you're not above average, you are meeting the minimum qualifications of your job was a 3.
So for the record, from what I'm seeing, there was 4 5s. There's 3 4.5s. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 4s.
Okay.
For the record.
So they would have a total increase of 6%. And then the balance would be at 5 or below. There may not be many employees that didn't get any merit increase.
I don't think there was any, because I think if you got a 0, you should be in my HR right now. I don't.
Yeah, no, I agree, but that's a possibility as well.
It was a possibility. I don't. think we
So
got it.
the majority of your employees are going to get a 5% increase with the COLA. I do remember discussing a higher COLA and settling on the 2%.
Correct. And we talked about a 1, we talked about a 3, and we talked about a 2.
And I did remember conversations about a potential overall cap. I just didn't remember.
Correct, and we did.
Which we had conversations. I just didn't see anything in these that said we settled upon and agreed to a specific percentage. That being said, I wasn't in every budget hearing, and the one where I was traveling was really hard to pay. I was in and out multiple times. So it could have been decided while I wasn't there. So
I don't know how you read that fast, but.
He's telling me to go up, you're telling me to go down. I'll send it to you.
So you said.
Keep going. You're
Go
almost
through
there, I
those
think.
numbers
Okay.
again, Jared. How many 4?
There's, sorry.
Sorry, let's read it real quick. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 5s. There's 3 4.5s. There's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hold it, stop right there.
6,
This is the one about the 3 months.
14.
Okay. go back up. I want to read that previous one.
9 3/4.
Okay.
So he said 2 months, but he also said 3 months. We based it off 1 October. Cold increase. You don't get a cold.
Cold increase because presumably you started.
I still think we need to make sure that everything is correct on the COLA, whatever one it is.
We're going to top out at that 5.
Right? No. Sissy?
Right? No. Yeah, so the top view, we would only be giving 3 employees 7. 3 people.
And that ended up being 5.
Yep, 5. 2%.
That comment by Mike. So we've got a 2% COLA or cohort, and then we're going to go with the merit increases as they're laid out.
Yep.
Okay, and that's not finished. It says, so we would want the 0.5%. So if somebody gave a 4.5, they would get 4.5% for the, and then nothing.
I think we said we at least have to go to a 0.5% or something like that.
Well,
'Cause we
and
did
there
have
are
some-
4.5s and 3.5s. So if you add all of them up, of our workforce, just shy of 25% of them would exceed the 5%.
Right there,
I'm gonna
that's
go
the
up.
next one.
Down.
Down?
Yeah, we're almost there, I think. As Mike is saying.
Polar plus merit.
So we're gonna do the COLA and the merit on top of the COLA. Does that make sense?
No, it's on the current wage that they're making.
Wage, COLA, and merit together.
Yeah.
Right, that's how it's calculated.
Yep.
We don't compound.
Then adding a 3% on top of this.
So we're not adding 2%, we're adding those. Okay, I remember Mike saying that. Is that the end?
They talked about electeds. And then they asked about department heads, and I said they're ranked because they work under me.
So it looks like, once again, I have a bad memory.
Which one of us is in Kingdom, man?
But I think that the program and the evaluation method is resulting in a reasonable number of people in these levels. I mean, you said we had 138 FTEs.
Yeah, I think we have, not FTEs, we have 58 FTEs, we have 136 on payroll.
Okay.
Are we up to 58? I don't know, might be.
I calculated at 138, so you probably have 25% that are exceeding the 5%.
And we have to deal with the, are we given 5% merit for a person that's been here 2 months?
3 months,
Month and
yes.
a half.
I mean, I just, it can be voted on, I don't care, but.
Well, if they're a month and a half, that would be less.
We made Katie work 90 days before we would even tell her if she had a job or not.
And I didn't, a COLA or a merit increase.
I know, I'm just saying.
No, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding. If people weren't eligible for merit increases, if they didn't start before October 1, then how is it that we're giving somebody a merit increase and they only work for 45 days?
At that time. Or less than 45 days.
So is there someone that we're giving a 5% percent merit increase who wasn't here as of October 1st.
I'm not showing anybody hired after October 1st.
So
Does
you're
that sound
saying
correct?
as of
Yeah,
October
several.
1, they had only worked 45 days.
But they aren't, yeah.
They're not
because
full-time.
Their rate's stagnant.
They're not full-time.
We have one full-time,
Okay.
but she's in the treasurer's office.
Okay.
I will just say, it seems odd to me that we hire somebody at a competitive rate, and then 45 days or 3 months later, we give them a $6,000 increase. That just seemed like a high increase to me. So that's where I was at. That's the only one that stood out to me.
I hear you. I know exactly which one you're talking about. And I would not change my grade. They did more in 45 days than the one did previous to them in 2 years. And they have fixed more F-ups from that person.
We don't have to say that. We can keep it calm.
Still fixing.
It doesn't matter. That does not matter. Did he not be hired at what we felt like was a good salary to draw a good person here?
Correct?
Okay, so how do you say that he deserves $6,000 extra in 45 days?
1, he does. 2, I didn't even take a COLA. That would have been $10K right there.
That doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
I'm just saying, you made that decision, Katie.
I didn't actually, but
I heard you say it right here. You said,
didn't get a COLA.
I'm on a contract.
I am on a contract. It is in my contract that I can get a COLA.
Okay.
I didn't ask for one because I wanted my team to get it. So if it's a matter of it goes on my URS or goes on somebody else's,
So I'll reiterate what I said.
I'm
earlier.
happy to do whatever you guys want.
I understand, but I really think that it is in the best interest of the county overall to trust the judgment of the people who are making these evaluations. I know we have responsibility for the funds of the county, and that's an important responsibility, and we need to be careful in the way that we exercise our judgment. But given what we've gone through in terms of the increases, this whole process, the formalization of a process pursuant to which the evaluations are done, I don't think we entered into a contract with any individuals other than Kate. So there's nothing that would prohibit us from doing that. And again, I think you can evaluate people. I told Jared after I made my initial comments, it's probably much easier for me in 20 hours to make a determination that someone will not cut it than it is. And I'm not saying that I can evaluate all of their skills and can say in 20 hours that they're entirely competent to handle everything that they will face as a lawyer. But generally speaking, if I give a project to a young lawyer that gives them what I would view a decent 20 to 40 hours of work, in some cases 10 to 20 hours of work, what I get back as a work product gives me a very strong indicator of whether or not they have the basic talents and skills to move forward and excel over time. You have to combine that with the conversations you would have with them and the personality and all of that. But the work product, is good. And so that's my basic view. And if you're ready for the motion, I would move that we move forward with the budget with the proposed increases as included in the budget with the recommendations from our staff. I would support also the COLA increase for the part-time hourly wage people that you mentioned earlier. I don't know that that's really necessary in a part-time context, but I can't imagine that that's a large amount of money, but I could certainly support it if that's what others feel.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner McConnell. Okay, seeing no second, we can discuss a little bit more.
The only thing I wanted to say, and I'll think I might get there, so I really appreciate what our staff does. I don't want this to have any implication on as far as what our staff has done for us. There's a reason why the recent department heads that we've hired, we've put it at a much higher rate than the county's ever seen. And it's because we want better qualified staff and the best that we can get here in Morgan County. And I think we have a great group. I think they're doing a great job. We're growing. And if we don't do increases and don't keep the employees here, they won't stay here. That's the reality. And we're growing. We can see that we're growing and we're doing our best to manage. I also appreciate from the private work side of those of us bringing in our input. I mean, we usually have either a 30 or a 60 day to at least say, hey, can these guys do, and we hire them at a high rate too. So, but we want to see if they can perform the work. So I don't want us trying to evaluate this like a business to imply at all that our staff is not doing a great job. Our staff's doing a phenomenal job. I'm trying to implement what I've seen in my career on the private side, not the public, of what we might be able to do to make this a little bit cleaner. That was the only concern I have is when you bring people on in the latter months of a year and you can't really do a year evaluation. You can do a month evaluation or a 2-month evaluation. In fact, these evaluations are probably done just within a month or two of them being hired. There's a few hired in August. So their evaluations, to get the evaluations done and presented to us, they had to have been done a month or two after they were hired. So that's the only concern, is that, like you said, Commissioner Wilson, we should be bringing them on at a really good rate, and to add that rate with just 1 or 2 months of evaluating, I'm not used to seeing that. Now, that's happened, and obviously Kate 100% stands by it, and I'm not going to disagree with that. I'm just stating what I've seen.
I'm more of a policy. So if the intent is you can't get a 5 if you've been here for less than X, then let's set that. Okay. So if the policy is if you were here after 1 June, you can only max out at half, then set it as policy.
And that's a great policy to establish on a going forward basis.
For next year.
This year. We didn't establish it for this one.
I know, and I mean, in all fairness, for the 4 years I've been here, I mean, I feel a little bit like I feel like we've been really, really generous.
I agree overall. I think that we have made significant strides in the right direction over the last 4 years. And my experience is somewhat jaded from my first 2 years. I think we made a difference. And you can't, we live in a community, and this, in terms of our average income, is very high. And we can make these changes, and we have made these changes with a mill levy that continues to trend down. Taxes can still go up because of increased values in which we're all participating. And so I'm not gonna say we haven't been generous. I'm not saying that what we're proposing isn't generous.
So this is new, this is a new thing to us. We're trying to work through it, but at the same time, I guess what my feelings were is we do have to be held accountable to the public. And so, and everybody's wages here are public information.
They are.
And so you say, I don't know how many of our citizens are getting 7% increases. And so they look at it and go, holy crap, I wish I would got a 7% increase every year. Because basically that's what we're given every year, you know? And so I just want to, I'm not saying I love what we're doing. I love what our team's doing. I just like to keep it so I can, when somebody looks me in the face and says, why in the heck are you giving that kind of increases? I go,
So let me ask a question a different way. Do you think that people within the scale for the work that they're performing, the job description that they have, are overpaid in comparison to the market?
Robert, I don't know that. I really don't.
But that's just,
Fair.
for me, that's another evaluating point, because I think that if you look at different employees and what they would be making in the private sector and compare it to what they're making here, it's generally they're going to be making less here. Now, are there benefits associated for working in a public sector job? I think there are, and people choose it for a particular reason. You know, I've seen lawyers at my firm walk away from what we proposed to them as salary, which some people view as golden handcuffs, and say, I can't take it. I can't take the clients calling me all of the time. I can't take having to work every weekend. I can't take, you know, that I'm going to go work and practice my profession in a context where at 5 o'clock I'm done and I'm home working for with my family. And if they don't, you know, that's the way they view it. And so I don't look at, in looking at the salaries that we pay, I'm not thinking that we're outstripping the market, even just by comparison within the public sector. I don't think we do that. You know, I mean, the sheriff's department, we've made significant increases there, but hopefully we have less of the pilfering that goes from other counties right now. And I know Weber County's anxious to find new deputies right now. They're low. I saw that in a news article the other day. So anyway, those are my thoughts and my views. But my motion failed for lack of second. So somebody else has to make a motion.
I have a question. Can I ask the sheriff?
Sure.
You've got one employee that did not, I mean, he went from one wage and is down now to $500. Is there a reason for that?
You went from full-time to part-time.
Okay, but it's a negative 500.
Yeah. If it's the one I'm thinking. He went part-time, so
It's so good to
we pay a
work
lower
here.
rate.
He has to pay us to do it.
We pay a lower rate for part-time.
Okay. All right. No, this is a different one.
Oh.
It's number 3 on your list, on your spreadsheet.
I'm not pulling up my spreadsheet. My screen is live.
I wouldn't bring it up. I would just look at yours. Or maybe you can come up here and look at it.
I also think we're being reasonable in terms of the overall budget. And that's the standard at which I am willing to listen to people criticize me for it. In terms of the isolated employee or the isolated contract from here to there, I'm kind of like, that was my judgment. I make it in good faith based upon my understanding of the situation at the time, and if you don't like it, then there's an opportunity for you to take this position at the next election.
Yep. Okay, I'm looking for a motion so we can move on.
You want to stew on it while I knock out the rest of mine?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Why don't you do that?
Let me pull up the spreadsheet. So I recalculated the numbers. Sorry, this is item. Oh God, are you okay? Good grief. This is item 12 alpha in action items. I'm trying to make this bigger because I can't see that small. So I recalculated the numbers with the actuals on things that we're done with. So Fairgrounds project, obviously you guys approved that in 21, that went 6,000 over budget. The sheriff's deputy still has one more year on that. These monies have to be spent by the end of FY '25. So, no, that's what that email that I just attached said, is it has to be spent by the end of '25. All of it,
Right.
yeah.
Because in the original, it was fiscal year 26.
That's why I attached that letter. We just got
I
that.
didn't get a letter, so.
Right, I know.
Okay.
We just got it.
Okay.
So the attorney, you had designated $75,000 in case backlog assistance. He's only spent 18.2 of it. He's understands that, that needs to be spent by the end of the year, so happy to turn some of that back over. We've already given MGSID the $400,000 back in '22. We've designated $100,000 for the Taggart's River access improvement, but we haven't actioned any of that. We've finished the radios project. We finished under budget the commission room audio visual. We gave the money to CJC. We're in the middle of our parcel fabric right now. That money will be spent by October of next year. Right now, I think I lost my math, but I think we're only at 124 of that, maybe not even half. So then that actually leaves, if we're including the 100,000 and taking out the fact that we were under budget on some and we're not going to continue to spend monies on those.
Hold it back up there. You got the radios, we're at 70,000. There's nothing under expended over in that column H. Is that correct, or are you just going over under budgets in that column?
This is over under.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So this, just like water was over 6,000. The rest
Okay.
of
So
these were
The
spot on. or not.
dashes are even.
It's zero. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry. So parcel fabric, that was a contract. It should be done October of next year. So then that actually leaves 630,378. Not what we thought before, because I took out the monies that we weren't going to expend. And then we'd actually have more if Garrett wants to reallocate any of this 56,800 back into the pot.
So what's that other column J?
J, I have no idea. Who knows what I do?
So
Oh, that's me doing
Just the
math.
actual-
Oh,
So I
okay.
thought, Kate, okay, hold on. Did we go back to the meeting minutes on this?
Yes.
Okay. So I thought we all agreed that 300,000 was gonna go to the sewer district.
Correct.
Not-
But
okay,
remember,
where's that at?
but at the time, the reason I left it blank is because it wasn't an action item. And at the time you said we're gonna give the 300,000 to MGSID and anything left over was gonna be fairgrounds money, but at the time, I didn't give you a $630,000 total. So I didn't want to assume you guys wanted to keep it at the 300.
Oh,
So that's,
I think just like we said.
so you
300,
wanna do
whatever's left
300?
over, Fairgrounds, that's what we all agreed.
So that's the one other
$300.
suggestion I would make is that we have talked about a study of the water companies in the Mountain Green area. It might be good to fund that study.
Yeah. Which is gonna be about $150,000.
Because I think with the Fairgrounds Electric, we didn't realize how much we had an impact fees either.
correct.
Where some of these other ones, we don't have any monies to go towards, but Fairgrounds, we definitely have more than this pot,
Okay, so
is a thought.
tabling that thought, can we go back to some of these extenuatings? So we still have 56,800 in your budget. You're averaging like 6,000 a year.
Right. And so I think I can do some calculations. I imagine 45 if I'm being conservative to my office needs for next year. And I guess I'm wondering, is that something that could be used to hire maybe an independent contractor to look at updating our code? I know that there was money that was set aside for a general plan, but I also think our code, I don't know which one is more important or more pressing. From, I think, Josh's perspective, I think general plan is. From my perspective, I think rewriting the code is, because general plan is discretionary comparatively to the code, which is mandated. So that's just a thought, that maybe some of that money could be reallocated to updating our code, because that would give our residents more certainty of what to expect. Maybe we get rid of some of those redundancies that require that bring frustrations to different departments. So that was a thought, but I don't care where you put it when it goes back. And I can do some analysis to see how much.
So if we put 50,000 back, it would leave you 6,800.
I think that will be a little short, just given
Okay.
the increase in our caseload and the I guess reassignments I've done in my office to keep me afloat
So
of
when
what
you
I'm
said
trying to do.
45, you meant 45,000?
1,000
Okay.
to go back.
I apologize. Oh, to go back. Okay.
And so that would leaves me just over, so that's 11,800 that I could use to supplement.
So instead of the 18.2, all you need then is an additional $11,000 or 12,000.
So, and that's being conservative to my office so that I don't go over budget, but that's what I'm suggesting. But if we get toward the end of the year and I say, oh, I'll have another extra 4,000 or 5,000, can we put that into?
Because I'd rather conserve it for you, for your office, for those needs. Than to,
Yeah, I just don't
put it in
think, I think
another
at the
new project.
time, it was, are we gonna have to hire outside people? What does this look like? We were coming out of COVID. We weren't even getting into any trials because we couldn't hold a trial. And so I think I just overestimated what I needed and tried to be a good steward of what was allocated, and so that's my perspective there.
So the 45 is that for the potential code evaluation and review?
I was just throwing it out there as maybe something that could, I think it would benefit my office greatly to have.
No, I think the code is in need of a substantial rewrite.
Yeah.
So do you want to designate 45,000 for that project?
I think it's probably going to be in that neighborhood.
Okay.
I think that
The one that American Legal did wasn't a rewrite of our code necessarily. It was kind of looking to see if we were still citing the correct state statutes and things like that, but it wasn't a rewriting of the code by someone that is trying to help us, move things forward and have everything consistent with itself.
I would like to see some still for that water project.
Yeah, I think that'd be extremely beneficial.
But the Mountain Green Sewer District, so there's the 400 above, but that's already been done.
Correct.
And we also put in 300 just now. So that's 700,000 for them.
So.
Okay, so that's in there.
Yeah.
So I took 45 out. Since you guys passed this, then I'll make the language to where we removed 45 from this allocation, put it towards that. And then that leaves, and I've already calculated this amount, knowing that we're done with the commission audio.
Didn't we, in the commission room audio, we spent over,
I had it wrong.
oh, you had it wrong in
Yeah.
the actual.
No, I had it wrong in the actual too much. There was a $66,000 invoice that was actually part of the Fairgrounds water line project, but I had coded it as the commission room.
So
In my
in
original
reality, we
spreadsheet.
spent 67,000 there instead of the 33,000.
Nope, we spent 33,000. It's just in my original spreadsheet, my original numbers that you guys looked at when you did this work session, September 16th. There was an additional $66,000, so this was like 99,000. It was over budget, but that was actually an invoice for fairground water once I pulled the receipts.
Okay, I'm not getting it because we spent in the commission room, I mean, if we didn't do, I know you coded it wrong, but we still spent $67,000 on this commission room.
It did not come out of this.
What did it come,
That's a great question.
what about the CARES money? Did we put it under that?
No.
I thought it came out of ARPA, that's what I thought.
That's what I thought it came out
So
of, was
the
ARPA.
invoice for this, oops, and it's still in the recycling bin, I can pull it out. The invoice for this said payment 1 of 2, but payment 2 of 2 did not come out of this grant.
I wonder where it came from. We might want to find out. Leslie's gone. Leslie?
I mean, I can pull it up. Was that Gen Com?
Yeah, GenCom.
That's not what I wanna do. You guys get to see how fast this is. So we paid the second half out of Fund 10.
Same funds.
It's not showing up, it didn't get coded to the grant.
So in reality, we did spend that in,
Okay.
out of ARPA. Okay.
So we're gonna put that in there, even though it didn't get fund or grant 22 designation, 33. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna have to.
So that still gives us enough for a water plan.
Well, that doesn't
Well,
include
and
any
you
of the
still need your
fairgrounds.
fairgrounds electric update too.
So I don't know what that water's gonna be. I'm guessing about 150 to do anything that we were gonna.
That's what we were looking at, 150 when Jared and I were working on it
With that engineering group.
with that engineering.
So if you put 150 in there, then the remaining.
For a
electric-
district water study?
Yeah. And the remaining fairground electrical could be supplemented with this.
So then this would be your,
Yeah, up on the Taggart's River access improvements.
yeah,
That's, is that a negative or is that an addition?
it's committed funds, so it's,
Okay,
I'm counting it against this,
okay,
but you haven't spent it, you have to spend it by the end of next year.
right.
Pull the funding, use the funding.
It will be funded, I'm pretty sure. With some kind of a plan. Get started on it.
What are those, just improvements
Mike-
for when people pull out of the river?
No, Mike was wanting a complete evaluation of the whole area to see what we could do in that, since we got that road and we've got that big parking lot and we've got, the takeout area, and he just wanted, and he wanted some restrooms and he wanted to be able to have some vendor pads and those kinds of things. And so those are the kinds of things that he was suggesting, but we've got to get a plan. And that's what we don't have.
So this could be used to pay for the plan?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's something I think we need to really start working on, if we can, is to work on that plan.
Okay.
But
Well,
we
if you
need
gotta
some
do this
real,
by 2025, the study will need to be.
that's the end of 2025, right? Okay.
Okay. So is this
But
good?
basically to have a recreation area is what it was.
I just need a, oops, I forgot to put this one. I just need a motion.
So what do we need? Is that all you needed just to get?
Nope, I need a motion because I have all these that are approved, in commission minutes to like budget and or actuate those funds. I just need the same thing for these expenditures. Cause I have to be able to.
Just a motion or a resolution?
A motion.
That
We
motion
did all the other ones by motion
start working on it or to commit these?
to commit the funds.
I'll make a motion that we approve the additional ARPA project funding as set forth in the spreadsheet.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Fackrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Christmas on commercial, we usually do a tree, combined with, the city. They wanna do an EMS fire theme this year. I just need to know our budget. Mike mentioned $500 and coming out of non-departmental, I just need a motion. I don't know why that's doing that. I just need approval to do so. What the heck?
So when have we normally done this?
When have we normally done?
And we have not. That I recall, we have not done anything with that. And the cost, is that because we're gonna have somebody do it for us? And to-
No, it's our
and
people.
Are we buying a Christmas tree or what?
Yeah, we would buy the tree,
Buying
we
and
would
decorating
buy
the
the
Christmas
things that we're
tree.
putting on the tree, and then it gets auctioned off.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
So it's in a joint with the city.
So the
We have
city's
not
paying
done it.
500 and we're paying 500?
Yes. And they're doing, Dana from the attorney's office is one of our people. I think she is our only people
we
from
need
the
that
county
much.
that's helping out that. Since she's so good at decorating and stealing my chairs, I thought we.
And then the auction, they auction it off and what does it go towards?
Chamber. Unless they're doing it for a different reason this year. I don't remember, but the last I heard, I thought it, I wish Debbie was still here. I thought it was, to be used for the food bank.
That would be nice.
I think that's what it was gonna
Is
go
it
toward.
today that we got the email on what it was for?
Oh, I don't know.
On what it's for.
I didn't see one.
I thought there was an email that came across inviting people to do the trees. Who was it from?
What, do you know what the revenue goes to, Tina? It used to go to food bank.
That's what I think it goes to, is the food bank.
Makes more sense.
Oh, okay. It's also adopt a family.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I haven't been there for a while.
I'll make a motion that we approve funding for the County City Tree for Christmas on commercial in the amount of $500 paid out of the non-departmental fund.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner McConnell and a second from Commissioner Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Let's see. Okay, Jeremy, my cheat sheet. Page numbers. Okay, I met per our last meeting with the Morgan County Conservation District in reference to creating a weed abatement ordinance. I have drafted one and submitted it to Garrett for Redline. And, but before we obviously do the process of putting it on as an ordinance, just wanted to see if you had any feedback or if this is a direction you want or do not want to go.
I read through it. I thought it was a good ordinance.
Why, thank you. I stole it from Rich County.
I think it's good too, except for when you go to appoint the board, you've got a county-appointed weed control supervisor, and then you have a weed control,
So that's statute. By statute, you have to appoint a weed control supervisor, whether
it
that's.
just seemed like we were minus one person as who was gonna be elected. Because there's somebody that oversees it all, and then there was somebody that actually goes out and does the, consults and gives advice to landowners and the county weed control board on the best and most practical methods, so forth.
Are you talking about the composition? I can't
Enforce
talk.
weed controls within the county, and I'm wondering, are we giving them too much power
No,
when
'cause
they
the-
enforce it?
A weed control supervisor is an employee of the county, so it'd be
Okay,
one of our public works.
So that means that we're minus one person on this volunteer board.
Still have a vote. That's how it's written in the statute.
I think that was my comment, is the 3 to 5 seemed weird when it looked like there were 5 positions open. But I think what I'm guessing from the statutory language, because I was just going to say, with a board composed of 5 people, so that we have the 2 ranchers, farmers,
Right.
but a rancher farmer could also be another one. And so I think that you can have overlapping designations. And so a rancher farmer may also be the, I don't have it in front of me.
I know,
But-
member of the conservation district.
Exactly, yeah.
So by law, the 3 you have to have are 2 farm ranchers that make their sole or the majority of their living from farming and ranching, and the county weed control supervisor.
Okay.
So then in the conversation with them, they wanted to add a representative of the conservation
Conservancy.
district and a county commissioner.
Okay. And that control person, supervisor, if they're an employee of the county, are you gonna give authority to somebody other than the sheriff to go and enforce?
It's not, and
There is enforcement on here too.
there is enforcement.
Because you got to enforce noxious weed controls within the county, perform other duties required by the county weed control board. I'm just wondering if that's not really, say it was Brett.
That's what I thought it would be, the Public Works.
If it's Brett, do you want him going around and enforcing this law?
Well, if you
Or
look,
enforcing the laws upon,
if you look at the enforcement statutes, it's what you can enforce, which 99% of that is letters, and then they come back to this board if they want to appeal.
And maybe to clarify, the sheriff enforces criminal behavior,
Yeah.
but I don't think that the noxious weeds would fall under, like, you wouldn't want to have
I think it's
any incarceration.
Yeah,
or-
it's a Class B
and-
misdemeanor.
Oh, if it's a Class B misdemeanor, then
yeah,
it would
it
be
is a
enforced
Class B
by.
misdemeanor.
But like the supervisor is not a law enforcement officer, and so they couldn't go and arrest or cite someone with that type of ticket. They could file a report with the sheriff's office, but they would have to be the one to go and be the fact finder based on whatever reports they have and further investigation. And then if they wanted to cite or pursue charges, it would also be screened through my office for prosecution.
But like I said, that we're not approving the language today, so if
Okay.
this is something you
Just a discussion?
want
Yeah.
me to research,
I think we ought to research a little bit more and just come up with an actual board, because I like it. I think we
mean-
need to have a board. A weed control board is a great thing. And I like the part in there that talks about they'll work with them on different actions to be able to take care of the problem. Because that can be also where you confrontational. I mean, Corey would be coming out to visit some
so
people.
what I'm really researching is the, I'm sorry, the enforcement.
Enforcement is the big thing. I would like to see them work with the landowners before they go and slap them a ticket, or do the fix-it things, whatever they need to do. Evaluate, work with them.
That's all
Because I remember myself when we had a weed control person in the county, worked for the employees. This was many years ago, and they actually came out to me and says, you have to take care of this problem. And I says, well, take care of it on everybody else's too. If you're going to do it to me, you better do it to everybody else. So I says, this is the plan, and I had that plan. I had the extension people come up at the time that they saw the problem. They came up. 2 years later, they came back and they says, I cannot believe what happened. It is completely cleared up.
So
And it was because of management's strategy that I was using.
it is, okay, I'm happily to do that. It is actually completely spelled out on the noticing process in the Utah Noxious Weed Act. But just so that we have clarification on who's going to be the enforcement officer or what the processes are, that's my action item on researching. But also hearing that we're not opposed
No.
to
I'm
presenting
not
an ordinance.
opposed.
Okay.
I'm not opposed.
Before we move on,
Go for it.
Tina did bring the advertisement for the proceeds of the trees, and it's to support local families in need.
Okay,
So
good.
that's what they've advertised
Thank you,
it as.
Tina. You're getting your steps in today, girl. So we are spending, so this is item 12 Delta. We're paying about $400 a month in propane for the S&R building. So we thought we'd get an estimate on running a gas line to the S&R building instead of constantly putting propane in the
So-
tank. Huh? Yeah.
I was going to say, just direct it on Highway 66 and have them go up the other direction and take care of it.
So this is the estimate we got, and it's under the bid amount, so just,
400 a month in propane?
That's a lot.
yeah. Yeah.
So when you say gas, are you talking propane or are you talking natural gas?
Natural
gas.
So do they, I thought typically when you run a gas line, if you go from the street or any location up to the meter, is that a subcontractor of Dominion Energy, or is that a random, whoever can do it, whoever wants to? I understand once you go from the meter to the building, that's usually
It's
mechanical.
normally Whitaker Construction.
Whitaker or Flair.
Yeah, and they usually will come and say, how many appliances, what have you got there? And then they'll give you a bid, and it's usually really low. Now, 400 feet, 450 feet, that's quite a ways, but like when I just did my son's, it was $1,200 and they had to bore under the road. So, I mean, it's probably worth just calling, like, what is it now?
Enbridge or something?
Enbridge, Dominion, whatever.
Okay.
And just calling them and saying, are we allowed to do this, or is this something we need to go through?
Okay.
And I think it's a
Because
great idea, by the way.
Don't they have gas all the way up that road anyway, Mahogany Ridge Road?
Yeah.
Natural gas. I know, but that's off to the right.
Right.
Or to the east. So I'm just wondering if they already have gas up there, it's just that 450. Okay.
Okay, got my marching orders on that one. And thanks to Brett for getting me that estimate. The school district came back with some red lines of I'm actually gonna put up the Word version because it's easier to see, of the interlocal for our recreation department.
When you say came back with red lines, I didn't know.
So
who
it's
enforced.
It's in our it's in the agreement that they can review it every year.
Oh, well, we.
I think
They.
both
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or we both
not
can?
us either?
No, both can, is
Yeah.
what I read.
I would hope that we could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we did, we met with them.
Okay.
Here we go.
No, we met with them
No,
this
we
year.
met with them, and we talked, because we sat around this table and they wanted to charge us a lot more, and we got them to hold it to that $25 or whatever.
So the red lines that they're adding, obviously not
I'm
gonna go through the dates.
Sorry, real quick,
Yes.
when did we meet with them?
March, April?
Oh, so, okay. Yeah, I thought this was recent.
No.
No.
Okay. I know, that's why it's confusing to me that we're seeing a red line right now.
I know, I
I'm
just
like,
got
I
it.
haven't talked or met with them for months.
Yep.
So, okay, great, fun.
So the red lines, and I'm not gonna go through the red lines that are obviously just changing the date of the agreement, but, they are wanting to charge us a storage space. Charges for storing inside the recplex. They thought at the time that this was drafted, Garrett, do you need to get that? At the time that this was drafted, they didn't think that, they were told that the county was gonna get its own storage space and this was temporary. As it's obviously advantageous for us, being that it's boots on ground, and it's perpetuating, they wanted to, one, clearly define this space so that it does not include the external hallway, but also wanted to charge rent for the space, which they did based off, $200 a month. They said they're not committed to that number, so I'm just gonna go through their red lines and then and we don't need to, none of this would go into effect until after the first of the year anyway. Okay, so the next one is, which we already currently do, but they're just putting this in this. So when we borrow, when we use the middle school, whether it's Mountain Green or Morgan, on the outside fields, so soccer, football, the only restrooms are inside the school building, and so they're just explaining that they're not going to leave the building unlocked for us to use those external restrooms, which is why when we had the issue with tackle football this year, we ended up putting porta potties up at Mountain Green Middle School because we would have had no bathroom space. So defining that. Also, when they originally wrote Section E, they didn't actually check with the schedule of their custodians. Their custodians are there from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., not 8 p.m. So they just wanted to let us know that that's not actually accurate of when they have custodians on site to lock the buildings.
Is that year-round?
I do believe so.
Okay.
But they said we have a key to most of the buildings anyway. This is the bigger one. The county we were paying $10 an hour for facilities. They're changing it to 25. They said that's based off the fact that we charge 25 for our fields. But they also want to charge for practices. And they also wanted to define what a field was. The language that they've written for what a field is based off of the paint. So if he was explaining that there's one baseball diamond that has two, that can also be converted to 2 soccer fields, we would pay for each soccer field.
Of course we.
Unless we changed the language. They said they're not committed to this, they're shooting the moon and see what we push back on.
So just to make a quick comment on the increase in rates, that's a 250% increase, and we were struggling over 5%. Just a comment.
Okay. This other red line here, we've already agreed to that. We are already actioning that, which is, we just let them know essentially the first of the month, every month, what facilities we need, not just, so that there's no
That's a benefit to us
last minute.
from, well, because last time, what it said
Yeah.
before is that we had to give everything at the beginning of the season, which is kind of hard, I think, for our rec director to do.
Yeah. So, again, I wasn't expecting that we would action this tonight. I thought you guys could sit and chew on it. It would go into effect when January is their ask. They said they are not committed to any of these numbers, whether the $2,400 or the $25 per hour for the field use, or the definition of what a field is, whether that's a contiguous piece of grass, whether that's an entire school, or whether that is a painted line. They just want it defined. Do you? Say again?
It's not very much.
But like, if we play
Under
in the gym that has the 2 basketball courts in it, and they wouldn't charge us for 2 basketball courts unless we were using that court and the old gym. That's 2 different rooms, and therefore it's 2 rooms.
So if we're using a field, though, they'll charge for individual fields on one big field.
That's what they've written, just because it was
So just-
easier.
Within the fenced
They're saying we
area
could
is how
change
it
it
was
to a
phrased.
I don't know
contiguous
if
space.
anybody's been over at the recreation on Saturdays on the spring for soccer.
Oh, especially
But there's
little kid
some,
soccer.
yeah, it's fun. But there's some fields that probably have, there's one of the softball fields, I think they can fit like 6 little fields on there. So what they're proposing is we would charge for each of those little fields.
They just wanted to, in Scott's words, he wants to define the space. Whether that's, obviously, the easiest way is paint, which of course ups our costs a lot, or a contiguous piece of grass, or a school.
But if they were renting the football field,
Right, he just wants it defined. That is how it is written presently. But I said, it's, so what they were saying is there's a big open space and every corner has a closet, so we would get the open space and the closets. They just don't want our stuff in the hallway.
They retain the corner closets, though. I
The
think.
open
I don't know.
space is pretty big. It's probably half the size of this room.
I don't think it's that big.
Maybe a court, maybe a,
It's about from me to you, from me to the wall, maximum size.
what about
Square.
halfway across this room? So, I mean, it's pretty big. It's got shelves all the way around it.
Okay,
It's
so,
not big enough to hold everything we have, for sure.
again, not my intent to action it tonight, but you're welcome to if you so choose.
Can you send this to us?
I need to send you the Word version, because it's the only one that shows the red line. I tried to save it in PDF to where, maybe you can teach me how to do that, but I
I
couldn't
think they've
figure it out.
updated the programs, and I've struggled to
Yeah.
to do
So I
that.
really need to
But I haven't
send you
seen
the
this
work-
either until the packet, and so maybe it's a discussion to be had and then a red line to send back.
Yeah. Okay, so you're in the know. And then the very last one, which is probably why there's still a sheriff in the room. We've been approached by the school district, that it is their intent, next school year, so FY, school year 25-26, to add 2 new SROs. I wasn't going to budget for it, since they're not even gonna vote on it till next June, and they'd have to do truth and taxation to be able to even afford it. But Commissioner, Newton wanted me to at least present it to you guys as, let's get, just so you know, in the back of your minds, this is something they are asking for. So I had Casey redo the analysis of what a, adding an SRO does cost us. The only oddity here is the outfitting is, we would obviously divide that over probably a 3-year span of time, so then we are pretty spot on our 180 for our half. So he just wanted to make you aware that's coming down the pipe. It's Jamie Boots' fault. They absolutely love him there at the school, and they want him to train the new ones. They are building their bench. So it's our fault for sending Jamie Boots over.
And hopefully we get some help from the state on this.
And we were all,
Well, didn't they say there was an option to have volunteer?
Yeah, there were, but they were also downplaying it.
yeah,
Downplaying the volunteer, meaning
it can't be an
Because of
employee.
because of
Can't be a teacher, can't be an administrator, so you're left with like, or a lunch lady.
yeah.
Someone from the community, if they volunteer, and so they've made it very difficult to fill that position.
And they have not, we applied for the grant, the school district has applied for the grant, none of us have heard, no one has heard. It's been crickets statewide. Yeah. So, that's all I have.
So just a quick comment. I mean, I'm not sure where the numbers come from, but I'm on our website for the Kent Smith Soccer Field 1, and for a 4-hour rental, it's $10
Okay, so you're going back
to the school
to
district.
the school district?
Isn't it plus, unless it's a competition league?
I think that's what he was saying,
Didn't
is
we do
it's
it with the competition league was more?
Okay, so
I did-
for recreation, it's $10 for 4 hours, so let's, if Scott really wants to truly match it, let's make sure we match it at $2.50 an hour.
I did reach out to Lydia. She is out on sick leave, but as you can imagine, she had many comments, so.
So on this SRO,
Yes.
do we have to have a $90,000 caliber type?
What? Oh,
Salary-wise.
Oh, this is me saying worst case scenario.
'Cause it seems like a little bit of an overkill on grade.
Sure it is.
All right, so you
But I also
There-
needed to justify the one.
And I didn't attend UAC, but did they discuss that it was the school's responsibility to
No.
pay for that?
No,
or did they
it's the
say
county's.
has to pay for it? So unfunded mandate yet
Yep.
again. Amazing.
It's for you, by
Good luck.
So, these SRO officers work both our department plus that throughout the school year, is that correct? Okay.
And he, our SRO, was featured in Morgan News this last article. The article was written by 2 of the middle schoolers about him.
Let me hit that on.
Some people's kids. Okay,
That was for Jeremy.
I'm sure it was, and he is probably chomping at the bit, knowing he can't Teams me right now because it'll pop up on the screen.
Why can't he team you?
Because it'll come up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
It's always like, make him talk in the mic. Tell Tina to be quiet.
Okay, if we chewed on it, where did Robert go?
Outside.
Talking?
I think so.
It's your recess time again.
I'm just gonna
You're past bedtime.
bite my lip and hang on.
Oh,
It's past my
Oh.
bedtime.
We still have to get that thing for Leslie.
I I know, that's why I'm waiting for him to come back, so we can see if we have another motion. Is Robert out of making motions? I don't know that, I
Well, yeah. So I texted Weber County and Summit County, and neither of them have decided yet.
How come they don't have
Merit
the
and
same
Nicolas are gonna
mandate?
be, so I just wanted to verify there, but I don't have a response from either. So.
So why does ours have to be done
Oh, I didn't ask that
and where
question.
theirs doesn't? Well, I know we're special,
Because
but
we're on time.
Yes.
it's on Thursday. Oh, okay.
It's
All right.
10 days prior to the hearing that it has to be available.
So do we have to have our budget finalized by the first meeting in December, or can it be to the second meeting in December? Is that by statute or by what? No, I do remember one year it was the last one in December. So,
Jeremy is reminding you, ma'am, excuse me, ma'am. Jeremy would like you to talk to the mic. She's not happy with
we
you.
don't spend-
So just to reiterate, we have to have this done by Thursday, like there's no ifs, ands, or buts, and that's why we wanna see if we can have a vote tonight versus waiting.
I'll remake my motion if you want me to remake the motion.
That'd be great.
Well, so maybe just to clarify, I think the only reason there would be a motion is if you're departing from what you've already decided at your budget hearings. And I don't know if it's been noticed to make that change. So that would just be a question I have is, it was noticed as a work session, right? And so if it's not noticed as an action item, I don't know that you can take an action unless we notice a new meeting, action it, and then have that meeting before Thursday. Because otherwise,
Nope.
anyway,
So, can we not make a,
because if you don't make a motion, then it would just be what you approved at the budget meeting, which would be what Robert is saying minus the second part of his motion, which is changing the COLAs
I
for.
want to do it, I'm sorry, but I don't want to do another budget hearing just to increase the part-time by the COLA adjustment. I'm happy, I
No,
won't
that
be
was-
here, but
it
I'd be happy to
wasn't.
adjust it later next year.
But the thing that we did in that meeting was we approved the tentative budget. We did not approve the final budget.
And we aren't tonight.
And we
either.
don't do that either until December 3rd.
Right.
But what goes on Leslie's desk on Friday has to be based upon an action you took at a public meeting that where notice was given.
Well, we
And so I
noticed
think
For
your
purposes of clarification,
options.
what I stated was what, after reviewing the statements in the various budget hearings, was consistent with what we previously approved. Is that what you're saying?
Right, which is what is in the budget, the tentative budget. Now, it doesn't become final until December 3rd, but I think the tentative budget has to be available at least as of, that doesn't mean you can't change it at the final on December 3rd, but what's available for public perusal has to be.
Then what are we stressing over?
I don't know that you need to stress over it, especially that we didn't notice it for action. It was in the work session. And so unless you notice another meeting between now and Thursday for action, then I would leave it the same for public perusal, and then any discussion or changes could happen at the December 3rd meeting.
Because we can't
Good
do
with that.
anything, we can't do anything with the elected officials at this moment, according to SB 91. So that means that changes that budget already.
No, because what it says is that 7 days prior, so no later than the 26th, it has to be noticed of any increases. And it's not just electeds, it's
Everybody.
well, it's heads of departments.
We're either gonna have to notice another meeting.
It's
But
not,
we
it's
have a
just-
7-day versus a 10-day. So a 10-day for the public hearing, and I don't know why whoever wrote this.
I'll give you a
Well,
set
I
number.
won't say it over the mic, but there's some ambiguity in it as well. So,
So we can give Leslie what she needs right now.
I
We
think
can-
she already has it. You can't change it.
That's what I'm saying. So we can just vote on it.
But you don't
There's
even
no
vote
legal-
on it
no
because
reason
it's
to vote.
already been voted on at
Go
the
home?
budget hearing.
So
So
the question is whether we have a separate additional meeting, which is irritating.
To
because
change
I'm
the
counting my meeting.
yeah,
But
a
I'm
separate meeting
willing.
would change the proposed budget that has to be available for the public to look at. The final budget isn't approved till December 3rd. And you have the ability at that meeting to change and make, but it will be in a public meeting where people can come to the hearing and voice concerns. And there will be 2 hearings that night, one for SB 91 that will take place probably right before
Oh, so
the
we don't-
regularly
it's not
scheduled.
even an extra.
No, it's not an extra
Additional
hearing. What
public
it says in
hearing
the statute is
meeting.
that,
Yeah, it'll be
Okay.
in the December.
yeah,
3rd
a
meeting.
public hearing under subsection 2B1 shall be held separate from any other public hearing and may be held the same day as another public hearing, including immediately before or after. So we would want to do this one before adopting the budget to see what public comment is, but then we'd end that public hearing, go into the meeting, make a decision, and then go back to public hearing for the,
Well, sorry for keeping you here.
So what you're saying is Leslie could be
Picking you
home
off.
right now. You could be home.
yeah, and I wish I would have thought of that before. Sorry, Leslie. But at least she doesn't have to make any changes before Friday, right?
So if we end up giving that COLA to all employees, part-time and so forth, that's gonna change the budget, because then we're also not potentially giving the raise to the elected officials,
Or department heads.
department heads. So how does that give you a copy to look at for the budget if we don't have our ducks in order?
It's not a copy for Leslie, it's a copy for the public to look at the proposed budget. And then at the hearing, the public can come and voice any concerns or comments they have as you're making that final decision in a public meeting that's been properly noticed.
But if we're gonna be raising it by doing a COLA for everybody,
You can't raise it. That deadline's already passed. And so you would have to remain within the revenues that are projected. You can't raise the rate. As Robert said earlier, the rate has continually come down. Not that the budget's gone down, but the assessed values and revenues have increased too. So the rate's not being raised.
We just can't raise the rate.
yeah,
But
I
we're-
understand
we're
that. We can't
plenty-
raise the rate, but what I'm saying is
If you
the
guys wanted
budget.
to add a COLA to the part-time, we have that,
In the budget.
absolutely.
But if, I don't know how we have that if we.
Because
have
we
a-
have that
that
pool of
50.
money for,
You have a surplus that you're not using that would increase the general fund if not budgeted.
But we will need those figures that night in order for you to make those decisions.
Right.
So
Correct.
you'll have to
Want
be
to do it
prepared
as
for
a
that.
budget amendment in 2020.
How was that, Jeremy?
But we can do that. So we're going to circulate the draft budget. The public gets the opportunity to review it. We have the public hearing on December 3rd. And any changes that we make to that budget, for those interested in attending that hearing, will understand and hear what those changes are. And we could do the increase to the part-time without affecting the mill levy that we've
Okay, well, I understand that part, because I know we can't change the mill levy. That's an automatic.
Okay.
We can't do that. The only thing that can change is the final budget number. Budget numbers. And if we're gonna increase, but we've already got that slush fund
It's not a slush fund.
Okay, it's not a slush fund. It's that one that we put in there for mistakes on salaries.
Departmental.
Well, it's a budget line item.
We would just move something from that over to him.
Okay. But as far as our,
Okay.
12G.
Do you want my commissioner comments?
Yes.
Okay.
None?
Oh, I'm not first.
I'm sending mine in an email. I'm good.
I'm just going to say the chair for the the executive for the YCC is retiring as of the year end, Margaret Rose. She's done an exceptional job. We have interviews with the new candidates the next 3 days. And they're very interested in who's going to be taking my place on the board. And I gave them Kate's number so that if we forget, that they can call Kate. And they're gonna send the invoice for our annual charge for supporting their organization. So that should be here for December.
Okay, Commissioner Fackrell?
yeah, I just wanted to publicly state congratulations to the Morgan football team that won the state championship this last week, last Friday, or Saturday. It was a good game. So,
Awesome.
I thought it was a great thing. Especially when the coach is one of my former students.
Okay, the only thing that I wanted to know is an update. I wanted to be able to get back to one of our citizens on his tractor bill. And I can't remember. I think Mike was going to talk to, Mike and Jared were going to talk to Brad. Did they happen? Did that happen?
I have not talked to Brad.
Okay.
I don't know if Mike has one record for
Okay, that's it.
So, is it Ty Mikesell that,
Yeah.
did he get hurt in an accident?
Just had a stroke.
Yes.
Really? Well, I'm antisocial, so I'm not likely to attend the party, but if there's an opportunity to contribute to that, just forward that along.
I talked to the school district yesterday. They just asked that you don't message his wife and blow up her phone. The parents, the in-laws are helping with the kids while all this is going on, and she's doing as well as she can, but just try to stick to, like, not bothering her and,
Yeah, no, I-
and looping through the school district if you need information.
I just remember the student body officer said they were doing something. I don't know that I'll get direct notice of that, so if you guys get it, remind me, because I
I should.
participate.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
The end. Adjourned.